Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Hi. What did I leave you on? Oh my god. Vampire Night. I skipped it. I skipped it immediately. Hi, hello, welcome. Hi. Let's see. I don't have my headphones on because I need to fix stuff. My desk is absolutely atrocious and a mess. I decided very last minute what I was wearing. Anyways, our level of order today is dark. Thank you, Goomer. I did take my vitamins this morning. I love this song, but it's a little slow right now. Jekyll and Hyde, I'll skip. What song do we want? Matt Hatter? We don't really like number anymore. Yeah, we want this. Anyways, hello, Kai. Hello, Goober. Hi, Quiet. Hi, Haunted. Hi, Doc. I need to turn this in light mode. Oh my god, I can't see. Hi, Turnip. I think there's it. Wipe me out. Nope, and then there's Gothic. I can't stop saying it. Me too, breasty. Me too, breasty. So let me turn down the music. Just a tad bit. I have goodies on my desk. For obvious reasons. I need to fix this costume because I got Bee's opinion. And she said, change it to that color. So we will fully down? Oh, my friend called me. Oopsie, sorry. I was sporadically trying to gather everything for stream. We have goodies. We're gonna have some GG subs. Slay, breasty, slay. So this... I didn't know what the fuck to wear today. I didn't know what to wear. So we're gonna go through the, events of this before I reveal what I'm wearing. I need to turn on the lights because we're gonna turn off the lights and turn on my, RGB because I never use it. Oh my god! Tori is streaming! Tori! Sorry, I just see. What's she playing? Oh, she looks so cute! Tori, you look so cute! Okay, anyways. I didn't know what I was gonna wear, and I really wanted to put fake blood on myself. Didn't end up doing that at all. But I'm happy with what I have, because I was gonna try to do Evie, but then I was like, I don't know what to wear for her, because it'll just look like normal clothes, like it won't look like a proper, like, costume. So then I was trying to brainstorm what to do, and I was like, okay, Nikki, we're down to these two options. Either, this Resident Evil costume, or this Resident Evil costume, is what it came down to. And what it came down to was just be comfy. So that was the moral of it. So we didn't put fake blood on myself. Oh, I can't get these blobby pins out, and I need a couple more. Yeah. Anyways, without further ado, I'm Ashley again. Hello. I can't get these fucking bobby pins out. Yeah, happy Spoopy. How is everybody? Hi, Red. Leon. It's fucking Leon. That's us. That's what we are. No joke. No cap. When I wore this last, I know I had done this, but I kind of forgot that I had done that. I never cut the bangs. So I literally pressed start on stream and cut the bangs. So that's what I ran to do. Oh my god. Except I'm so warm right now. I cut the bangs and I finished styling it. I need to go in a little bit more. This side, for some reason, is really long. I'm gonna put my headphones on for now, because this isn't the full fit. I was gonna try to find the handkerchief, but that's just gonna be annoying to stream with anyway, so I wasn't going to. Thank you! Being awake is a total coincidence. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, it's quite late for you. So this is what we ran down to, is this, because I realized I have this, shirt. I almost put on Marcel. I would have had to literally pin myself into that costume because I sewed it wrong. So it fits me, but it doesn't fit me. You slayed that look, Jamie. Thank you. It's almost 7 a.m. Oh my god. I haven't slept. Okay, please get sleep eventually. I put little, like, fake eyelashes in my head, but it just looks like I'm crying. Honestly, it looks like I have the Las Plagas. But the thought process of this was, oh, I have this orange shirt. It may not be ribbed, like, a sweater, like hers, but it's orange. It's from a different costume. So we said, good enough. Good enough. Costume looks good, thank you. I want you to know that I have this on. I don't have her skirt at all, but I do have green plaid something, and it's called my Haunted Mansion pajama pants. So Ashley, honestly, they look very accurate for like her skirt. So I have pajama pants on. We also have Pillsbury Halloween cookies, Black Cat edition. And I stole my brother's candy because he's no longer here, and I fed him his cookies, and I said bye-bye. They also slay. Oh, they do slay. They're comfy. I can't see you. We love stealing. We do. He's not going to eat it. He's a very healthy guy. He eats it every once in a while. I need to fix these bangs to a certain point, in a sense. I just need them to sit normally. Once you know this, like, dark part up here, like, every time it starts to peak, that's not even my hair. That's just, like, how this grading is. Very nice wig. We like it. Now, see, the special addition to this outfit is I didn't want to just be Ashley, because I think that's kind of boring. But I'm going to try. Yes, go eat, Goomber. You eat. Thank you. Please hopefully get some good eat. I hope you had a good Halloween and everything. Handing out candy tonight. Kids don't trick-or-treat. Dude, yeah, they don't trick-or-treat anymore. Sorry, don't mind that noise. It's just tape. You'll see why I have tape in a second. I had this brilliant idea. That was a dramatic rip. That I was like, wait, I don't want to be normal. Like, I love being just Ashley. Very cash money, very fun. But why do that? That's a bot. Can somebody kill that? Also, how rude. Best viewers? It actually makes a link. That's not how you ban somebody. That's not how you ban somebody. Ban. Off with its fucking head. Off with its fucking head. Water. Yes. But yes, the moral of the story is I didn't want to be normal because it's Halloween, which is why I wanted to put fake blood on myself. I will say, I think I might actually cosplay one of these sisters when me and Kai, this desk seems tall. Get down here. Get down to my level, please. I might honestly cosplay one of the, sisters when we play through Resident Evil Village. Because in the first stream that we do of it, I should actually be able to get to the sisters. So I think I might just do that. You'll see what I'm making in a second. But yeah, I wanted to be the sisters because, like, oh, you kind of see what I'm making. You won't know. Somebody will be able to guess it. I just need to change the color of it. B said, that color pop more. I'm like, yeah, fair. But yeah, I'm like, that might be fun to do. Because they're in the first stream that we do of it, we will get to them. We'll also get to the Lycans. Because they're bitches. Let me do this the easy way. So, fake blood? Gonna have cult symbols on your face? Yeah, I am. Fuck yeah. Maybe we pull out, oh my god, maybe every single boss in there, well, kind of main villain, we do a cosplay of. That means I would have to separate the streams, but I can speedrun them, so we either get a sister or Donna. We're not getting Mr. Fish. That's the best explanation. Kai doesn't know who Donna is. That's just like I'm just naming some random chick at that point. Fishman, you ain't got no clue what that means. But we could do a Heisenberg cosplay. I wouldn't mind doing that. I wouldn't mind doing a Heisenberg cosplay at all. Oh, it's beautiful. Okay, we gotta do the second one. Don't do Fishman. No. Honestly, he got the short end of the stick with all of that. Got Ada's name earlier. I do not know. You're so real for that. Let's play the Duke. Damn. Hey, but we love the Duke. Oh my god, I should cosplay the Merchant, but we never see the Merchant again. That's the only sad thing. We never see the Merchant again. They really should bring the Merchant back. We got lore drop of the Merchant. Should have cosplayed the Merchant while we played Resident Evil 4. Time to play through Resident Evil 4 randomized now. Sorry. Really trying to rip this duct tape. Time to play it randomized so that we get to play it again, and then we get to see the Merchant again. That means Quiet gets more Merchant content. Quiet, I need to send you the person I watched that play Resident Evil 4. because there's some edits he does because he animates stuff for his videos, but it's the merchant. It's the merchant and Leon kissing. We love the merchant and he loves the merchant too. Give me merchant. Give me merchant. I will have to remember to send you that. Okay, so without further ado. Oh, I don't like that actually. There we go. I literally got cardboard and was frantic. I was like, how do I fucking make these? I have to take off my headphones. I don't want take a slice. I don't want a slice. Can skip. We'll take Miku. I'm gonna have to switch my headphones for tonight because now I have to figure out. I somewhat theorize how to put these on. I'm Moushly. A pound of ground pork. Ooh, is smelling weird? Yeah, if it smells weird, get it the fuck out. Anyway, so we're Moushly. Because we can't be normal. I could have put this on, like, a headband. That would be the smartest thing. But when I tell you, I cut these out at 5:40 and frantically covered them in the first round of tape, which is this darker one, because I was like, what fucking color? That one didn't stay at all. Come here. So I recovered them in white because B was like, white's better, and that's what's in the fan art of it too. Because they make her a white mouse. White fur. Except we're gonna have to figure out how to... There we go. I have to think backwards. Oh, it's so cute! It's very wonky with just one. Oh, it's so cute! Anyways, yeah, it's literally just a piece of cardboard I found. And tape. Because I was like, oh my god, I think I can. I thought I could paint these really fast. Painting would not have worked. They would not have dried in time. Mind you, I would have painted this 10 minutes before stream. So I said, oh my god, you know what I did last time, frantically, making a costume the night before? Ow. A con? That's the wrong way. I covered it in duct tape, which I couldn't find the silver duct tape, but it didn't matter, I ended up with white. So, we're Moushly for tonight, and I think it's gosh darn cute. It's very cute. I always wanted to be Moushly. Hey, you guys may not be getting the Alfrea cosplay, you may not be getting the alien, cosplay, but you got Moushly. You did in fact unlock Moushly. 10 out of 10. We'll be wearing this again. Probably will put these on a headband, but I made it so it sits so that I could actually pin them down. That's why I needed more pins. Except I could feel this. Truth be told, this is like stuck on my head, so it's fine. I did put my hair up in a messy bun. I shouldn't have done that. I don't know why I did that. I've worn wigs before. That's never a smart idea. But we're Moushly, which I am going to draw little mouse whiskers on my face. I think that would be very cute. Anyways, hi, it's Halloween. This is a very cute fit. This is very cute. I think I'm very pleased with this. I think I'm very pleased. It's Ween. It's Halloween. It is Halloween. Oh, I can hear. And I can actually wear these. I'm gonna have a fucking massive headache after this. I won't lie. And that's simply because these are like digging into my head and I have no regret. I have no regret. I do have slight regret of putting my hair up in a little bun. But if I reach up into the wig, I might be able to get it out. If we maneuver this. I had the hair tie. You know, maybe it just... You know, that's better. I did cut the bangs though, so they are shorter. Because they were still full-length bangs because they needed to be cut, but I just never had done that. Well, my brain was saying, damn, Sarah dyed her hair for Halloween. That's commitment. I wouldn't look bad as blonde. Especially like this type. I just have duct tape now. We're just gonna put all of my tools to the side. Do we want mouse whiskers? Pew pew. I did my nose extra pink. You can't really see it, but you know it's there. I could have been a clown. Okay, Mochi, please don't knock that over. Look bad with any hair color. You know that's real as hell. Thank you. That's a boost. We do have a game plan for tonight. That's gonna go back there. I have 2 horror demos. I don't know if I'm gonna play the second one. I'm looking for my controller. Mochi, I don't need you here right now. I'm gonna be very honest. I do not. I have 2 drinks. That needs to go up there. I'm gonna make a little bit of GG subs because I've been up since 4 o'clock in the morning and I got 2 hours of sleep. Is this Mashley? Yes, it is, Jordy. I made these ears 10 minutes before stream. You're Fogor! Well, it's okay.
I Fogor last month.
Yippee, yippee! Yippee, buddy! No, those are my cookies! She tried to eat my cookies. She tried to eat my cookies. My name's Mashley! That's me! Wow. Orange? Can I help you? You can't eat my cookies. Make an actual orange. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. No! She wants the cookies. Benny and the ink machine into the pit are free on Epic right now. Yes, they are. Oh, they both came out now? If they aren't free right now, they will be for soon. She wants these cookies. I've had 2 hours of sleep, bros. I did, in fact, stay up playing games with friends last night. Also free the spotlight? Yes. I don't know if that one's gone, though, now. It might be gone. Hi, Kirawa. Happy Halloween! Both are out right now? Damn. Oh, no, yes, they are. The ones that you need to properly package in your fridge so they don't dry out. Dude, these are so fucking good. You made the kitty ones? I made the kitty ones for my black kitties. 'Tis gone? Ah, so it's transferred to the other ones. Oh my god, I can itch my head. This wig is not, like, properly put on in, like, proper placement, but it's for stream. So I don't really care. I did! I did claim it! Sorry, the song got quiet. Yes, I did. I don't need to claim the other 2 because I have them on Steam, but I could. It hasn't stopped me before. Oh, that's just the absolute gap from pinning that. Should cosplay Ashley sometimes. Okay, excuse you. Do you really need to be laying here? How rude. Oh my god. Dude, I can't open these. Oh, dude. Somebody. Oh, I have cookies. I say as I have cookies here. I have cookies I stole from work because we had a potluck. Look at Discord. Okay. Oh. I was gonna get really excited, Jordy, because I'm like, oh my god, her outfit's so nice. And then I saw the second picture, I'm like, whoa. Cinema. Women. Both are true, yeah. It just stopped me. I was like, whoa. I got stunned. I got taken out by those booty cheeks. Anyways, Kai, thank you for the 100 biddies. I love you so much. Thank you. I have tea. It's not pineapple. I don't know how I have so much energy, but I'm 2 hours of sleep. I fell asleep with my necklaces on last night. Hydrate? Okay. Okay. Oh my god, wait, Kai. This is who you can blame. You can blame Jordy. You caused this, Jordy. You have done this, breasty. You. I got Kai and quiet to start saying, okay, breasty. My cat pressed a button. My cat was trying to message Jordy on Discord. You can't save those pictures. You're too young. It was you, yeah. Jordy's the one who got me to start saying, okay, breasty. It's okay. You guys are the reasons I say, so fucked up and evil, and I didn't know what it was from, but I kept on saying it the other night. Can I help you? I'm gonna push down the desk. Why did you do that? No, you don't get cookie. She smacked me. My cat bit me. Not like meanly. I pet her and she started nibbling, except she nibbled way too hard. It's all to slay, breasty. Slay, my lord. Slay, my lord. Can I move my desk up and down? I did discover, all thanks to another friend, that I can do this. Which one is it? It should be this one. I lift up and then I go, wee! I didn't know this could go back. Where are you going? Okay. Anyways, I learned that I could do that. Oh my god, she made me bleed. Well, yeah, I can sleep in my chair now. Don't break the chair doing that. It's okay, that's how I used to play. You want to see how I used to play Siege? Last time I did that, I broke my chair. Fuck, that's kind of funny. This is how I used to play Siege. I would get kills. Would I do absolutely great? No. Siege. Do normal people not sleep in their chair? Well, I couldn't sleep in my chair when it stops me like this. My chair says ergonomic. Sit up. I didn't know I could do this. Oh, I had to sit up. Whee! Oh yeah, Jordy, I was gonna ask you about headphones because I was gonna actually buy some because I'm not gonna lie. I think it was the Arctic. Hold on. Meow 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 meow. Yeah, the Arctic Game Buds are those. I have it saved from recommendation from you, but because they have an orange one that's clear plastic, and those ones kind of look. Josh has them. My wife. They had an orange one. I wonder if it's still there. Hold on, let me just click this. They still do. Yeah, they have an orange one that's clear technology, and I'm like, I want the orange ones. If wife likes them, then I'll get them. Good luck, have fun. Look into headphones so bad. If you do have headphone questions, you can relay to me, and I can ask Jordy. Jordy's been through a lot. If you want mouse questions, I actually can say a mouse I recommend now. I kind of don't like. I don't like Razer anymore for that stupid ad they did, so they got to redeem themselves a lot. But also, I'm realizing how heavy and like I'm like, man, I want to try other mice now, and I blame Jordy for this. Mega Bonk. I kind of want to play Mega Bonk. I like watching my wife play it. Man, are hurting my ears. That's how these hurt my ears every once in a while, but then I switch to the other ones, and those ones hurt my head. I forgot that I had ears on. I have the orange ones, but you can get it straight from the site. If you want to drop 200, I can drop 200. Does your store sell the nice mouse? I went at Best Buy, my discount was 150. I want the orange one. The Sony InZones. Those ones have a blue clear plastic one. See, I didn't fully style this wig and it's still doing the weird flip. That's okay. Ow, she fucking sliced my hand. Also, the verdict of my hand hurting severely yesterday, my mom said, that's what she said. I don't know. I don't know. But I did break this hand when I was younger. I broke my knuckles, so it might be residue. It might be longevity, hurty, for rest of lifey type. That shit was hurting though. That was hurting really bad. I have not had my joints hurt that badly. I also was Come, little children. I was also really stressed out too, so that might have done it. No cool colors at Best Buy? Why Best Buy suck? Jordy, why Best Buy suck? Why Best Buy not cool? Meow, meow. You wanna know that song stuck? Excuse me, get off of my mic. You're not the one talking. I am. Barely. Meow, 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 meow. No longer you. You should get the Game Buds more than Sony. Josh uses them for her phone too. Yeah, that's why I'm like, okay. Because my AirPods still work. They're holding on for dear life. I have to turn my phone volume up all the way. They're holding on for dear life. Oh, I just remembered. I didn't get to post the Outlast Trials TikTok today because I was at work. So I'll post it tomorrow. I'm very proud of it. It's silly. Silly haha. Unless we just post it now, I probably shouldn't. That's probably really bad. Meow, 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 meow. Ow, meow, meow, meow. Oh, that's what I don't have behind me. Karomi. Betray. No stamps. Gathered you here today to play horror games. Oh yeah, game agenda tonight, which is very funny. I might see if she wants to play games. Maybe, I don't know. I get nervous asking people about games. I'm gonna play Huntsman because we've played that before, but they had an updated demo that kind of scares me a lot. So we're gonna play that again. I might play another demo. If not, we're gonna go and fuck around in Phasmo. I want to eat some Greg's. What is Greg's? Like, I know that, but at this current moment, I don't know exactly what you're consuming. Other than a man named Greg. Or his house. I'm gonna eat a cookie. These cookies are so fucking good, bro. I had other Pillsbury cookies today because somebody cooked them. They were like the white macadamia. No, they weren't. The white chocolate chip. It's a bakery food chain place. Do banger food. Mmm. Sausage rolls specifically. Sausage rolls fucking good. What if I dye my hair like this? What if I cut my hair like this? I can't. I'm so biased to my shag. I'm so biased to my shag. Should I draw a mouse? No. Put it down, me. Put it down. I can cut my hair like that. Mochi, what do you need? What do you want? How do you feel? No. No. Let's see what's in my brother's goodie bag. What has he got? How is everybody's day? We have M&Ms. Oh, peanut M&Ms. And Oreos. Oreos. We have specifically the left Twix. Oh, look where's Sarah. Oh, I don't know. Sorry, I took over. So I took over. She's informed me of everything. Fortunately, she's out. She's out sick. She's stuffed under the bed. Hi, Gar. How are you? Is this a bad idea? Yes, it is. Can't reach it. Hashtag not my Sarah. Damn. Hashtag too late. Hello. I what? Gore. Not now. Not meow. Chilling, waiting for it to get up. Works a weekend party. Yeah, fuck yeah! Are you ready with your fit? Oh, also, I was gonna tell you a new repo update. Lots of new monsters. Very fun. Very spooky. We all need to get together to play it sometime. I almost just dropped that on my desk. GG subs? At 7 o'clock at night? Right now? You have to go party it up. You gotta be buffed off. Well, what's his name? He actually has a name. The Boulder. You could The boulders. I should have been the boulder. At 8:40. Well, you could just be tough completely. Evo update is so fun. Yes, it is. Dude, last night we were playing and we had the baby, the skeleton baby who blows up balloons and whatnot. We alerted him, but we were waiting in the ship to leave because it was like the end. Jordy told me to jump up on the lip on the window because he can't get you there. He did hit me once, but for the most part, could not get us. But when I tell you, Jordy clipped it. This bitch literally went and just stared at us. Like, that little fucker did like the slowest turn and like looked straight up at us. Not just like even turn, like the turn and look up. And I was like, oh my god. That little shit scared the shit out of me, bro. These are not gonna stay in my ear either. I need more headphones. What was that, Mochi? Do you know? I don't know. Okay. That little shit scared the shit out of me, bro. Dude, I can't believe I've been up all day. Working 6 a.m.? Fun. Wow, somebody's playing Deadlock. Without me? There's two options here. There's two options of who plays Deadlock here. And unfortunately, both of them are the norms. Oh my god, wait! What is this a... Join then. I do... Is Jordy actively here? Jordy! Jordy, the repo clip you fucking sent last night played at full blast right now and scared the shit out of me. I jumped. That's all. I really want to play Paige again. I might play Deadlock tomorrow. Repos were really fun. I love looking back at these clips. Dude, there's 6, maybe 7. I hate that stupid meme. I don't even know where it came from. We should play Gone Fishing. Meow, 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 meow. What time is it? How was everybody's day? I missed everybody. I really did miss everybody. I dreaded going to work. And because of the time change, I think I actually do not like morning shifts because I get up before the sun rises, get to work all day, get home, sun's going down. I just shook my desk so aggressively by doing that. Baby, I love you too. Worked all day. I also have been up since 4 a.m. Fuck yeah, twinning! Oh my god, my voice. Yeah, with the time change, it kind of fucks everything, bro. Meow, 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 meow. I hope you had a good Halloween, Turna. Or having. You're not that far in the future. Dude, she liked a hook mark on there. I wish you could see. Honestly, you can kind of see the scar. From Loki. I like this color. I forgot I bought this. On sale. It has shimmer in it, but I can feel the shimmer. I wish the time change fucks me because she said, God, please. Did we have any rolls? Sorry, I'm just clocking. We did. Let's do some rolls. Turna, you're up first, my love. Let's see. Oh, damn. You almost got... That would have been so fucking good. You got a 10, and then a 13, and a 13. If you got 3 13s, that would have been so good. What? There were some treats here. There's cookies. That looks so obnoxiously big. There's cookies! I don't know if I'm sharing though, there's only 4. There are some treats here, mainly tricks, and the tricks are mainly me getting tricked in games. That's it. Tell my grandma, was I addressed? You were. Jordy, I was watching the repo clip you sent yesterday, but it played at full blast, and I most literally jumped. Because it blasted my ears and it scared the shit out of me. That's all. Ooh, that's what I mean. Hand them over, no! They're the good ones too, they're the Pillsbury cookies. Pillsbury sugar cookies. There's a tree here, the tree is here. You're right, I am the tree. Where'd my dice go? Oh, there it is. Okay, I did turnips. Turnips doing great. Haunted. 7, 14, and 6. You're doing good overall. I think you're just a little tired. A little tired. The crash out's coming, but like you're hanging on. Can't disagree with that. Fair enough. Also, welcome in. Sorry, I really want to say sheesh. I love the Shaw girl. Shaw. She's so funny. She's so funny. Okay, did Haunted. Doc, you're up next. Well, you got a 19 and a 12. But I hate to inform you, and I think it's because you've been up since 4 a.m. You got a nat 1 too. So you're doing fine. You're doing fine. Kai. 19, 9, and 10. You're doing good. You're balanced out, having a good time because now you're here, but you are Eepy. You are one little Eepy silly little bear. Oh my god, Kai, for you, when I opened up my computer, the Windows picture that was on like the login to type in the passcode was a bear. Hi, Junior. So, let me roll. Ha, wow. I think next is quiet. 13, 10, and 3. I like these 3s coming up. I love the number 3. You're doing good. Eepy, but good. Junior. 11, 3, and 1. Makes sense. You're doing good. You're doing fine, but you have the move coming up and everything's happening, so that makes sense. 3, I'm so Eepy. You're so Eepy. Hey, trick-or-treaters time for y'all. I wish I had trick-or-treaters here, but unfortunately where I live is very out of the like city, so at the same time I hope there's no trick-or-treaters here. There's like no street lights, so I hope no kids are wandering up here, but I wish I did. I can ask my brother if he got trick-or-treaters. I don't know if they're passing out candy though. 600 miles today. Oh my god, is the okay, the move is happening. That's so exciting though, Junior. You're doing fine. You're doing amazing, okay? Plush bear on my lap and I'm wearing a bear blanket hoodie. That's so cute. You are bear. Just a trick-or-treat? That would be genuinely horrifying. Having somebody just buzz at the front and I'm like, what do you mean there's somebody here? Also, I have no candy. I'm just gonna give you air. Sarah lives in the dark. I live in the dark. Oh, yes. The dark night. I am terrified of the dark, though. B has the recording of it, of me panicking in the maze we went into that turned off the lights. I was zooming through there because I was very scared. Airtime. Fuck yeah. Toss you in the air. Got a couple. I told them, grab a handful. Hell, take 2 handfuls. Real as hell. That's nice. I would still go trick-or-treating. I miss it. I do miss trick-or-treating because I like candy. So it's just fun. It was just fun like getting out. I'm like, yeah, I want to celebrate Halloween, and now no one trick-or-treats. Like, what the fuck? What the freak? I should have been a clown. Next year, we're gonna be Leon, but clown. We should be Carlos. We should be Carlos. This tastes delicious. Limeade actually is really fucking good. Except also, I'm drinking this and it's very late at night, so I'm gonna down 2 melatonins when I go eat. How? The limeade got in a cut. Don't put the limeade in a cut, everybody. I'm getting candy. I'm getting pepper sprayed. Yeah, that's fair. If I put on like a onesie or a mask, they'll never know. They'll never know. They'll never know that I'm not a child. It's just fun. I just want to go to I should just go to like Oogie Boogie Bash, what Disney does or something like that, because you get candy from that. But like, you won't be judged. No, you know what? Nothing. I'm very sad once we eat these all. Just kidding. I won't be sad. The Christmas ones are gonna come out soon. They're just so good. They're like the perfect sugar cookie. My cat just stared at me with her hand up. She just had to like claw it up. Mm-hmm. That's what I did with these because I bought these last month. The end of September is when I bought them. Because they had them stocked up. And then I went again. I was like, man, they still have some. I should buy some more. I was like, no, I don't need it. Then I think either I went later that week or the next week. Gone. Not a single one. And I was like, so glad I bought those early. I'm very scared. I need to put this. I think this mouse sleeve fit is very cute, very comfy. Minimal makeup to take off at first because it was just my normal makeup retouched. And by that, I don't have fake blood on me. But I wish to look scary. Instead, here I am as a mousely. You do the fucking smug face. Tori. Dude, she looks so cute. Where is she? My screen just spazzed out. Where's Nikki? Hold on, we're gonna point at somebody. Point. I just don't. That was so funny. Who added me in the fucking Discord? Mousely! She's so cute. I needed to see where Nikki was. Okay, she's not there anymore. Yeah. She has been sewing, so I hope she drops by. Tori looks so cute. She's so cute. I love her. She has a nice spooky witchy vibe. Dude, I love her new hair color. I love talking about my friends. I love her new hair color so much though. I wish I could do the split dye, but Disney's so bitchy about hair right now. A lot about looks right now. How do I say right meow? But now I need to say it with a mouse version. I wish I did style this, but it just didn't stay. That's because I did it and didn't hold it. So that's my own fault. This is going to be a little fair warning. For the first game, the Huntsman game, it is the Huntsman spider. So if you are deathly scared of spiders, please just have audio on. Unless you really want to get scared. Still have issues with facial hair? I actually don't know. I think they got a little lenient, but the thing that's happened, like, overall with all Disney looks is that they got really lenient. I'd be fucked. Yeah. I think you would be fine now, but, like, they went really lenient on a lot of stuff. Like, say either, like, sleeves, like, tattoo sleeves and tattoos in general. They got really lenient on it. And then, hi, B. Go do your show, bro. Your show. You work a show. You're not shwimp. I'm not shwimping. I promise. I'm not shwimping. Ibuprofen. Damn, ibuprofen? Sorry. That joke really is stuck in my brain. But they started to retract their statement of like, yeah, we're gonna be to be profen. Don't be profen it. No. They like reeled back like actually we kind of don't want to be inclusive and like have you guys have personalities. So yeah. Dude, when I used to work at Haunted Mansion, like the messy bun I do, which is just like literally I toss up the hair because I just needed it out. I don't do like flight attendant hair bun. I got in trouble one time because I didn't have a flight attendant hair bun. And they were like, you can't have your hair like that. You can't have a messy bun. I was like, I'd been wearing it for a couple months at that point. And I was
Happy
like,
Halloween, y'all. I'm working RN so muchos love to everyone. Sincerely, your local black cat aka me less than 3,333.
she is dressed up as a black cat. Would rock this haircut. Ibuprofen? You ibuprofen it in front of my cookies? Sorry, I just opened up the fucking picture. In front of my cookie? In front of my 3 cookies? What's your costume? Whose costume? There's a bee? Ibuprofen? Ibuprofen? When you did that on the webcam last night, it was so fucking funny. Hi, Games. How are you? What the frick did you send me? Ooh, Best Buy. Oh, but that's Pulsar. Oh, what a crazy mini. Oh. Do I drop 200 for headsets and then do I drop 200 for a mouse? Are you fucking in front of me, salad? Really, guys? Come on. The fact that I had to explain that to a coworker, so funny. Like, completely fine. Love that. It's just so funny because we were at work and I'm like, how do I explain this? Wait for, oh, you're so right. I forgot about Black Friday. And then I want, and then I want a new keyboard. And I was going to say, I'll wait for a sale for that. They're actually having a sale right now. Jordy, I keep on predicting things and I don't like it. And I say that because I keep on predicting stuff for like horror games when stuff is about to happen and then it happens and then I fucking perish. Then I perish. Omni. I fucking perish. I don't want to be predicting things. I did it at Not Scary Farm too. Oh, that's a really cute mouse pad. I hate it. Until Dawn asked Visions. Yeah, fucking apparently. I kept on fucking saying stuff like at the end of the maze. I'm just like, yeah, that's gonna happen, or they're gonna come after it. It fucking happened. Shit happened in Outlast 2, I'm pretty sure, where I was like, yeah, that'd be fucking funny. That's probably gonna happen. Fucking happened. And I'm like, stop it. Stop it. Stop it, me, because it's me. I need to itch my forehead. Oh my god. Alan, we are so fucked. Hey, Hayden. Joshua, my coworker. Hey, Hayden. Yes! Dude. I love her so much. I need to watch Heroes again. I really love her, like as an actress and everything. I could be. I could cosplay her. I shouldn't. I could. I shouldn't. I shouldn't because I need to cosplay Ashley from Until Dawn. That's who I was supposed to do. And Nikki was going to be the bitch. Truthfully and honestly. Her words. Not mine. She would agree. She wouldn't throw me under the bus like that. She's my wife. I can maybe hate her deadlock. I would. Actually, Holiday. I would cosplay Holiday. Big time, no cap. Would how many bobby pins did I put on that side? Would cosplay Holiday. Kirby from Scream? Kirby! Kirby from the hit game? I didn't like put on this wig cap properly, nor this wig properly. Try to go bite me in the ass later. Not really. I'm only streaming for 4 hours. Maybe. I don't know. I have no self-restraint. I want to play Deadlock. I always want to play Deadlock. Unfortunately, I'm Deadlock coded, even though I'm trash at the game. Time to cosplay Paige from Holiday, and Paige from Holiday, Paige from Deadlock, and Holiday from Deadlock. You gotta stop telling people I have... Lady Gaga, stop! No! I can feel where the hairspray went in over here. Well, oopsie. That's not supposed to be like that. Oh no, I moved my ear. Yeah. Need to find where I can... There we go. There we go. Yeah, yeah, that's in there. That also has a little piece. Okay. Behind. This is very hard looking through the webcam to try to do this. Because I don't know which way I'm stabbing. My, like, brain. I'm itching my brain. Holy shit. Okay. They're on again. They were kind of falling off. Okay. Want to save the days and the cats, and I discarded a necklace. My necklace. I'm so fucking tired, Rose. Ow. We're so fucked. What do you think, Charlie? What do you think about anyways, everybody should watch Smiling Friends so that they understand the quotes that I'm saying, please, so I don't sound insane. Yeah, you guys want to play? You want to play a game? You guys want to play a game? I really want. Then waking up at 4 a.m. How was your day? Honestly, truthfully, one, got annoyed at work. Then got happy at work because I saw Shaylin. And then was happy again at work because then my lead for the day said, yeah, you can steal her for a little bit. So I walked with Shaylin to the location she was working at, was over there for like a good couple of minutes yapping, and I was like, okay, time for me to go back. I gotta go back and do my work. And then I didn't see Shaylin again. That's Charlie. Did you guys turn it a sand? I just wanted my cheese. I thought about dressing up as Alan tonight from Smiling Friends. I thought about that. I love Alan so much. Cheese! I just wanted my cheese. All I would need is all red and a blue tie. I could have been Alan. I have a red wig. That was flipped the other way. I'm like, get back in there. Get back. I almost just thought, who's on Deadlock? I fucking wonder. I said who it was. Damn it. He's in a party in a hideout. I can't tell you what character he is. If you're alone in the hideout in Deadlock, it'll tell a little thing. And it's about the character, but it's not saying the character's name. And it's really cute, but it's fun guessing who it is. Doc's playing Skyrim. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. You guys, we can play Final Sentence demo, and you can see how shit I am at typing. I'm really incapable of typing. Time to play Marvel Rivals and play Zombie. No. Outlast Trials. I'm really addicted to Outlast Trials. All red, blue tie, paper clips. Oh my god, I could just get a... I should have just got a shit ton of paper clips and put them in my hair. That would have been so funny. A, B, C, D, Huntsman! Sorry, it's just a giant spider on the, like, thumbnail. Do not like that at all. Do not like that at all. Get it out of here. We are gonna play that. I'm very excited because we played it a while ago and I was like, okay, it's fine. I also bugged out the spider at one point, I'm pretty sure. No, I think I bugged out myself. I bugged out something in the game. I remember. It was myself. I got stuck in something that wasn't existing. That's a me issue. I break games. Meow 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 meow. I love my friends' names. Very happy with the white. Meow meow. Turned out really cute. Sorry, trying to hype up my... I almost straight up actually called her my girlfriend. Excuse me, my wife? Get over here. Oh my god, Clara Obscure Expedition 33 is on sale. Actually, is it on sale? My god, so many horror games are on sale right now. Oh, it is a little bit on sale. Okay. Meow, 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 meow. Because I do want to go to bed. Not right meow. But eventually, I say as I continue to drink more G2 subs. I should cosplay Invisible Woman. I don't want to. Am I just gonna start cosplaying blondes? Because I have Ocelot. I cosplayed fucking Rose. Got Ashley. I got a Leon because I looked like a female Leon when I did Leon Ashley. I need this to curve like that. This side is so much longer than that side. I just need it to be like here. I need to actually steam it. I don't want to steam a wig. So much work, bro. What flavor is the subs? Oh, hi, VZ. It's... Hold on. Pestilence Antidote. It's a limeade. It's very good if you like lime. I actually do recommend this one. I came home with 3 different tubs when I went to TwitchCon. I almost came home with 6. I still have not tweeted at GT subs because I don't think they realized that that man really made me panic of buying more. Malice Invisible Woman? Uh-huh. Sure. Any reason why it's Malice? Uh-huh, buddy. Or Emma Frost. I don't think I actually could do Emma Frost. I don't think, like, I love Emma Frost, but like, nah, I want to see somebody cosplay her. I want to see it. I want to see it. What am I listening to? Ooh, I love this song. Because that outfit is on point. Uh-huh. It really is. You know, I will say, Kirby. Wow. That was way off. Vanessa Kirby. I was thinking Amanda Kirby. I was like, who the fuck is Amanda Kirby? Fucking Jurassic Park 3. Anyways, Vanessa Kirby knows what up because she was like, that's a good fucking skin. So God, it had nothing to do with the gooning. Real as hell. The outfit's really fucking good. But to get that one, it's really good. I have, hold on. Let me close that Fantastic Four. It's bright as hell. I can't really reach it. It's too far. I'm sorry. But I also got BBL and I got Goof Juice. Those are really good too. BBL I also really like. I think besides, okay, at this point it's like all of them. Good is really good. That's my favorite. All-time favorite. Good classic. But I really like the like lime and citrus because I have the BBL that I like. The Antidote I really like. And I really like Acid Rain too because that's peach. Sour peach. But the sourness in that is really good. Perfect bowling pin. My cat will knock it down again. Have you seen her Invisible Woman's summer skin? Her bathing suit? It's really pretty, truth be told. I really need to buy that skin and Human Torch's bathing suit. Summer. Holy shit. fucking stutter came out. The summer skin. I can't say the Fantastic Four. Period, comma, space, long space, skin. The Fantastic Four first step. It still sounds bad putting skin right there afterwards. But those outfits, really great. Amazing meme. Heard recently somebody hear that for the first time ever. gotta see their genuine reaction to hearing Fantastic Four skin. Fucking brilliant. I'm getting the see and wait, one. I love GG subs, but I hate GG subs for their names. GG subs. TT Mooding! 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 I blame Jordy for that. Mooding! GG Mooding. But Mooding! What are you? Tangerine lemonade. Okay, okay. Wait, you said another one. Ooh. I've seen that one. That one was at TwitchCon. They had that there. Apple rhubarb. Oh, that's a red apple. I don't know if I would like that one, but that sounds nice. I would get the Foxley one. I would get that one. Probably. I actually don't know what's on my list to guess now. Get. Because I'm content with what flavors I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because I have 6. I don't need any more. I'm gonna get a new cup. I've been very in between about buying the cup because I want it because it's Neo. It's my born Neo. I love his stuff and his little robot is so cute. And I might get the sticker sheet if I buy it because fucking might as well. I just don't need more cups. But I really want the cup because then it's limited edition. It's exclusive. It's really cool. And what if I want it later on? What, like with the Allison waifu? Then I'm fucked because they don't sell it. Another cookie. I cook these ones very nice. I'm gonna get up really quick. I like being in pajamas. My cat is upside down, bro. She's chilling. She is upside down. Anime girl thighs. Oh, anime girl thighs. Or is it anime girl thighs or I actually don't know the name of it now. Orange Dreamsicle sounds nice. I tried the That's my dog. Okay. Lean is good. Did like lean. I haven't tried Swaggers. I haven't tried Crusade at all. Flavors anymore? They're all too sweet. Oh no, that's so sad. I get that though. Hey, get Acid Rain. That one's sour peach. It's sour peach candy. It's in fact not sweet at all. Happy Juice. Chug Juice, also really good. Reminds me a lot of like Goof Juice. Like they remind me of the same thing. Is good one as well. Okay, okay. I really want to get Kissy Kissy Passion because I love that creator so much. Grandpa's Ashes were good. I don't know about Grandma's Ashes. Pom Pom Punch. Wouldn't get that one. It was like It was good, but it's not like something I want. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Lean is good. Lean is so funny, like the story behind it. California dream. I want the gamer subs Jujutsu Kaisen. Sorry, I for some reason really struggled saying Jujutsu. Titty milk. That's the other one that's good. Blowhole Blast is interesting. It's not what I normally drink, but because it's coconut in it. But it's okay. Anime Thigh is good. Meow, 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 meow. Guacamole Gamer Fun 9000. Honestly, so fucking good. That one and good are probably like solid staples. They have 2? Little guy on there. He's so cute. He's so funny. Yeah, there's not too many other like other ones that I really want. Do you want the Sakura Splash? but it's sour cherry. Ooh, sour cherry? That seems interesting. And that's a personal favorite. Snake oil is pretty good. I want to try snake oil. I think chug juice I know is good. So I would like to get that one. Okay, not gonna lie, I do want quesos. Simply because I love queso. I'm interested about the two new ones. The Crimson Moonburst. What's the exclusive one? Oh, their face is just revealed. And Vice Bloodlust. The Bloodlust one, I'm intrigued by those two, but I haven't had a chance to try those. Oh my god, it's look at that boy go. So funny. Meow, meow, meow. Can flashbang by Nami on my screen, bro. I'm excited about this game, but I'm also scared. Will say I didn't have to download a random game from a random site, but yeah. Tub snake oil I can't drink because some asshole decided to stick his nasty. Dude, I can't believe he fucking did that. That's fucked up. You should take that entire brick and put it in his drink. Get brand risks to brand risk. Hold on, going back. Going back. That's the wrong, completely wrong site. Fucking flashbang me too. Type. Man. Oh, I have not tried that one. I haven't tried that one, but I have a sample of it. I have a sample of that and a couple other new ones. Usually I get the Guacamole Gamer, right, 9000 and good. Love those, and I usually give them to B and or I keep them in my bags just in case I need them at not at home, at work. But I have that one as a sample and I really want to try it. Hi bud, how you doing? But yeah, it's late. I'm so sorry, but like, fuck it up. Fuck it up with the stream streak. Literally catch you in November. Hope you sleep well. It's good for peach tea. Okay. Okay, taking note. I'll have to try it because it's in one of my bags. It's probably in that bag on my bed. I got home and died. I ate my fucking casserole and that's it. So I can't say, no, don't worry about it. I'm streaming late at night, so don't worry. Well, it's not even that late. It's 7 p.m. It's just fucking dark out. Actual brick to his car? So real. Put it in his water source for his entire fucking building. That would be a criminal. That would be criminal. Criminal acts. My cookie! Yay! We should play the game. We're gonna play the game. I'm gonna try to find the stuff and set up. Huntsman. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. We'll probably play this, and I think we'll play some Phasmo. I forgot I had this up. Can I check this? I kind of forgot that I was gonna play games. Game we're playing? We're playing Huntsman. That's the first one we're playing. We are gonna play Huntsman, which is about the Huntsman spider. They released another demo because I've played it on the website that I have to download strange games from. They're not strange, it's horror games. But they released it on Steam, but they updated it, so we're gonna play through it again. He owed me 40 bucks. He said, I like drinking it, but it's not paying for... How can you prove it was me? Bitch ass fucking hoe. Throw it at his car. So ready? I'm not ready, bro. They dropped from the ceiling now, apparently. Okay, DPR, you're keeping me calm. Sorry, DPR. No more calm. I'm sorry, mouse. I need to redo my nails. I like chipped off half of them. What are you doing, Mochi? You want a cookie? She doesn't want a cookie, bro. She don't want a fucking cookie. Sorry, I'm sorry. Okay. It's my Unreal Engine. I don't think I could break my computer with this one. Let's... I'm very scared of this, bro. None of these are what I need. Is it not existent? Alright, quite yet. Unless I already have it there. Hold on, let's see. Oh, I already have. Oh. Well, it's already there. And then I looked over at the screen, there's a fucking spider on my screen. Starting to sober up now? Woo! Yippee! Wahoo! Wahoo! Well, good for you! Because now I'm gonna throw spiders at the screen. So, I can't reach it. I fucking short ass fucking arms. Can't fucking reach my buttons. Okay, so I can tab out of this game. Here we go. I do miss Dying Light. That was quite fun. What's on my nose? What did I hit? There's a lot of shiny stuff on my nose, I won't lie. I hope Nikki doesn't join right now. What the fuck do they say about women with short arms? They got fucking short arms, they're short? Because I am short. And I can't reach the top shelf. They're pretty short. Anytime I would be clapping in repo, it would just be Sarah just jorking it. I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm just clapping. Well, depth of field, head bobbing, smooth camera, language. Okay. Tall Rise playing Devour now. Oh, I started this right away. Every day. Hi, Go. I broke the game. Hold on. It's loading everything and it broke my webcam. I'm not gonna move. It's encoder overload. If I don't move, nothing will go wrong. Nothing will go wrong if I just don't move. Unfortunately, I am moving and you can see when the colors change and whatnot. I think I'm gonna close the game. I think we're gonna restart the game. No, it evened out now. It was loading in the entire fucking world. Hold on, it's really struggling. Is it done loading in the world? Okay, it really said hi. We're booting up the entire fucking world for you. Okay, it doesn't look like it's too delayed. That was literally just... oh my god. But hi, Coco. Happy Halloween. I hope you're well. I hope you had a good Halloween. I hope you got some treats and no tricks. Unfortunately, now it's tricks. Oh god. Okay, I thought I broke it. Oh. Damn. I was gonna try to divine light. I need to get some tricks. You need some treats. Let me not break it. Sorry, I was gonna try to spam it. I miss the classrooms. I wish I could talk to those devs again. They were nice. I wasn't. I was falling and dying, and I was like, I don't know what happened. I'm just falling. They're like, oh, you must be moving. I'm like, I don't know. I just keep on falling. They're like, no, you gotta like stand still. I'm like, I don't know. It just keeps happening. Plenty of treats. I need some drinks. Okay. I just came. My mouth got really dry all of a sudden, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I got really dry. I don't like that we're starting outside and have to go in. Is this a survival game? Do I need to, like... I should head to the security office? You should turn on some fucking lights. That's right, you should do. Oh my god. Fucking dying. At least the air's on. It's my tummy. I like being in pajamas. This is so comfy. I should just wear pajamas more often. Like, how are you gonna know I have pajama pants on? How would you fucking know, you freaky... freaks? Freaks? I don't know what I'm doing. I'm sorry. I'm on 2 hours of sleep and then I drank energy. So now here. Security. This is a whole new place. They updated it all. Like the entire thing. That was so funny. It was loading in the entire fucking world. Meow, meow, meow. What's everybody's favorite candy? Who fucking knocked over? Damn. Where the fuck do these spiders even fucking come from? Like... Oh. Oh. We're just gonna close that. That's a... Oh. Hold. Okay. I was like, how did... What the fuck? Almond Joy? Almond Joy's really fucking good. Bless you. Thank you. I thought that was the ball rolling when I first, need to get the power back on. Hold on, I'm shooting some hoops. If I hit... Damn, I could do it. Gets nervous about the game. Oh, fucking freaks. Use your freaks. How could you know freak? Burp. Shit. Dude, no, when I get scared, I start burping a lot. Well, I think I hit that hoop. I think I hit it. I think I hit it. Guess 0 bars. Sweet dark robes. Jordy's playing Warframe. He's gonna get mad at me that I called him out. It was just perfect timing. See when they're nice and cold? Kit Kat. Ooh. Cold Kit Kat. Okay. What's he doing out there? I missed everything this man told me to do. I don't like Almond Joy. That doesn't say much. I don't really eat it. So I actually should shut up. Quit smoking in 10 days? Okay. Take 5. This is my favorite. Ooh. No chicken-ale. Oh! Oh my god. I feel like he's bigger. What do I eat a lot? I like Airheads, but that's just sugar. That's not really candy. Like, it is candy, but like, it's not the candy I want. You said something about maintenance. So where is... Okay, so what I'm learning is I should pay attention to what he says. Where is he? Where is she? Oh. I like M&Ms. No, what candy do I always eat? All that's in my brain right now is Skibbles. And that's because of my wife. Ooh. She loves Skibbles. I love Skibbles. That was disgusting. Why did he descend like that? I don't think I'm gonna get any... You know, I finished the... Ooh. Don't look at me. I finished the first game really... Or, like, the first demo really fast. Because I'm like, oh, no, it's fine. Like, I can juke this. I can juke it. It's fine. I'm not comfortable with this one at all. I'm trying to think of candy still. I asked you guys what your favorite candy is, so it's only fair that I respond back. I say, but I'm terrified for my life. Hello, princess? Is he gonna run at me again? What happens when I die? Does he eat me? don't know why I'm whispering. I'm scared. This is the bravest I've ever been. This is like dealing with alien isolation. Oh, well, you're fucking kidding me. I think he's down at maintenance. I don't think he's an engineer. Are you a plumber? Oh. Are you a plumber? Do you have maintenance to do? I remember something about sound. And I don't want that. Hi, Nikki. Hi, I love you. You should only have the sound on right meow. Yeah. You can listen to us. No. You're only allowed to listen to us.
Halloween happy.
Halloween happy is Halloween happy time. Happy Halloween, Fox. Hi, Fox. Oh, wow. Oh, I can't just press escape. I need to stop smacking my mouse like that. Happy Halloween. Have some tricks in it. I don't know why I shut up. Well, that fucker is where I need to be. Okay. Anyways, hello, hi. I finished Silent Hill F. Oh yeah, you were there. Dude, I finished it, but I restarted it. Everything's different in the in the restart. Is he gonna look at me? It's fucking crazy. All of the cutscenes are completely different. I also got another cutscene that I didn't get the first time. If I die, so be it. Yeah, actually, I really care if I die. What? Huh? Zooming it. Skirting it. We're getting to that door. Getting to that door. Get in that. Required. And the several people losing me keys. Receptionist. What do you mean the receptionist? I don't know where he is. I'm not gonna throw up. Offices? Laboratory? Where is he? Is this the reception? Is he in there? Where is he? I named this. Can we name the spider? Does anybody have a... Oh my god, I'm gonna throw up. I'm not gonna throw up. Where is he? Was he that way? I really need to itch my head, bro. The wig is making my head itch. Greg? Greg? Hey, yo, Greg. Where you at, Greg? Hey, Greg. Do you think Greg will respond with pss, 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 pss? You know? I hate how long it takes to open that door. Okay. I need to itch my head. Okay, so we turn that off. There we go. Okay, now guess what? We're gonna have to go all the way back. Oh, so I can have two things. We can have two things. So we can have only two. Taking note. Okay, Mochi's comfy on the floor. Okay. What if I take the ball for... Is he? I think he's on that side. I think he's at the receptionist. I think the spider's trying to find where his meeting's at. I think that's what's happening. I think the spider's just trying to get to it. Oh! It was a tad bit aggressive. Won't lie. Can I hit the spider? Hey, Greg. Where you at? Greg. I think I went to maintenance and then he said, well, you can't. Greg. Stop crawling on the walls, Greg. Stop it, Greg. He's crawling on the paintings. Crawling on the goddamn paintings again. Does those make noise? Fucking run. Fucking run, we just broke it. Where's Greg? Greg is Gary. Oh, yes. Is this a spider? Yeah. Hey, can I jump? Can I jump? Fucking run. Fucking run. Fucking run. Greg, you saw nothing. Oh my god, I forgot he's really fat. That way, Greg. That way, Greg. Get the fire hydrant, Greg. Go play fetch. If he's right there, I'm gonna cry. Okay. Fucking run. Yes, so Junior. So the spider game released, they updated it and released on Steam. Yes, use that. Get open. So they updated it and released to Steam. But so they added a lot of other stuff, and I was saying another. This game's really quiet, except for the spider going boom, 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 boom. You know? Oh, okay, maintenance. Bay 1. Do I need separate keys for that? Because I don't have that. Maintenance 2? Oh, I'm gonna throw up, I'm gonna throw up, I'm gonna throw up, I'm gonna throw up, I'm gonna throw up. Oh my god. Oh my spider. Oh my god, I'm gonna throw up, I'm gonna throw up. I don't know why I thought I could play this game. But this is also why I wanted to play this game. Look at those fuckers. He's massive. No, we don't love them. He's gonna eat us. I fear for my life. They drop down when you go under. Not a single one of us told you to play this. Yeah, I told myself to play it. We would have been happy with the beast. We would have been happy in fucking Stardew Valley, but you said, no, we gotta play horror. Oh, I see on the door. Why is he on the... There was one right there. Oh, he went back up. Oh, he went back up. Oh, he's right there. I really thought I could walk right there. I can't. Oh, there's one there. Do I just have to walk straight? Do I just have to walk straight? I'm not built for spiders. This is... Isn't he gonna grab me? Why did they have to put more spiders? I was fine with just the huntsman. And that says a lot because I'm not fine with the huntsman. What am I? I want to throw up. I don't like that one. Oh, I'm so... No. Get me back in here. I'm so uncomfortable. What's gonna happen? They're gonna bite me, and I scream. The microphone is too far up. Banana spider, scary. Like, look at this shit. Oh, look at that. He drops. Okay, it's less scary when I do it like that. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Hey, buddy, you want to come back down again? Descend. I cast manual descending. Why is his leg so long? Why do you like these spiders? What am I supposed to do about him? Or him? Get me out here. Okay, so like in theory, I have to go up that way. I mean, he descends at a slow pace. Why is he strutting it? And why is he on the door? I assume I need to go to that door. But he's on the staircase I need. Just don't touch. You heard it here first. Just don't touch him. Okay. Assessing more. There's another one. There is another spider. How do I get past him? Can I make you guys attack each? I'm uncomfortable with the energy in this room. We have not created a happy energy in here, you guys. I need you to fuck off, and you over there, because I see your little ass sticking out. I don't know what you're doing. Fuzzy on his legs. I don't like him. Oh my god, they look like spiders. How do I get past him? Okay. I guess I could jump that way. Is there somebody over there? Oh. You're sleeping? He's fucking massive. What if I just run? I'm gonna cry. Just gotta run. I don't know why I play horror games. You know, I had somebody ask me that recently, and I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know why I put myself... I don't know why. Are you looking at me? Are you looking at me? I feel like he's looking at me. I don't know why I put myself through this. That's fire. Sorry, my nose detected a fire. Like, actually, I smell fire. What the hell's happening in the front room? I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Excuse me, Mochi. It's not on there. Okay. I know. Conclusion? I don't know. I came out of my room and they were closing the windows. And I was like, fire? And they're like, yeah. Meow, 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 meow. And was not wrong there. I was like, wait, hold on. I may be scared of spiders, but spiders should not be smelling like fire. There's, in fact, fire. Where? I don't know. Unfortunately, I'm still in the spider room. At the end of the day, there may be fire outside, but I am still in the spider room. Can't I go on the second floor? Like, why did it want me to go here? You know, strangely enough, I feel very safe in this corner. Okay, but like... Okay, let me not get stuck. Why'd she got like that? Why'd you get that fuzzy? Do you hear running? Okay. Ew, he's... I'm sliding with it. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. I don't think he moved at all. I don't think he moved at all, but I thought he did, okay? Okay, like, actually, you hold up there, buddy. How am I supposed to move your friend? He's just blocking the whole path. Meow, 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 meow. Can I get up? Can I get up? Don't you touch me. Okay. I guess I could try to jump on the box. Okay, okay, hold on. I have to do something for science. Fucking running, fucking running, fucking running. How long? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Shabib, save yourself. Save yourself, Quay. Still smells like Faye. I can't handle spiders. I don't know why I thought I could handle this portion of the game. And this is why I wanted... Drop! Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Okay. Ooh, my shyness is hurt. Okay, I'm scared of that fucker. Because if I accidentally... If he scares me and I back up, I'm getting right... I'm jumping into his arms. Don't back up, don't back up, okay. Can I, like, go behind? Oh my god, Mochi. Where am I supposed to go? Why am I like this? Mochi, don't army crawl towards me. The window's closed. Don't trip over all of the Gigi subs, please. Mudang! Gigi mudang! Mudang! Mochi. Hey, get over here. You're gonna accidentally hit something and it's gonna scare me while I'm trying to maneuver through spiders. Please, ma'am. I may be a mouse, but, I don't need you scared. Yeah. Meow. Anyways, anybody wanna... How am I supposed to... Yeah, sorry, How am I... Can I run past him? Now I'm getting confused. Can I run past him? You stop. Oh my god, that fucker's huge! Where's the stairs? Calmly maneuver. That fucker's huge! Cat, yeah. She's in my way. I wish these were cats. Okay, you guys. What's the worst that could happen, right? What's the worst that could happen? I die. Okay, so be it. I can close the whole... That fucker's huge! Don't you dare move. He's gonna move now, right? Yeah. Yeah, I love you too, ma'am. Don't eat my cookies. Don't eat them. What's worse, the spiders scaring me or my cat smacking me? Oh, please don't lay on the... Come on, lay on my hand. Oh, oh. Okay. She has descended. Is that the door I need, or is that the door I need? Don't ask why that scared me. A fucking bitch. Okay, so we have to go this way. Okay. How the fuck do you move? How do I get him to move? Blocking the entire fucking path unless I jump over those boxes to get to that or to the ladder to then go and unlock that door. You know? Let's go. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. So I've put myself in a pickle now. I have a friend right there. And a friend right there. Okay. How do I make him move? How do I make him move? I'm extremely uncomfortable now. Hey, buddy, you want to try that door? You want to... Okay, I feel better right here, even though I'm closer to him. Hey, how you doing? You're doing so good, thanks! Wow! I don't know what to do now! Can I crouch? Oh, there ain't no way that I'm going under him. Am I safe right here? Hold on. Sorry. This is why I like high DPI. I don't have to worry about doing that. That bitch is fucking huge. Okay. Okay, wall safety. Safety of the wall. Like, can I run into him? Does he insta kill me? I don't remember. Oh, do I need to go under him? That looks like perfectly like crawl under, right? I think that's perfect crawl under. I can see his eyes. He's staring. Look at his... This is in the case of where I would say, Leon. Fuck it, we ball. If I just close my eyes and align it, then I will just walk through. It's not real. It's not real. No, I can't. Snappy Halloween, Snappy Halloween. Hello, Giraffe. Hello, how are you? Don't mind the giant spider. Don't mind the giant spider that I'm having fight or flight with. It's definitely flight. It's definitely flight. It's not fight. Is he gonna bite my ass? I can't go under him. He's moving. He's not. He's ready to attack. I don't know what this... I don't know what he's doing. Are you hissing, or is that, like, static in there?
Hi, can I help you? You kind of got stinky breath. If you lick my nose, you're just gonna get makeup. Yeah. And it tastes like makeup? Yeah.
That's what I thought. More scared of you than you are of it. I don't know. It's kind of bigger than me. Okay, you're so... You're so right. You spin me right, meow. Made me right, meow. Like a record, baby, right, meow, meow, meow. Anyway, so I died. Okay, so... Fortunately, now I have unlocked speedrun ability. Because now I no longer fear them. But how am I supposed to get around? So we can't go under him. I don't think we can go under that guy now. I'm terrified of you. Why would you be scared of me? Fuck you. Gail John Lennon. Gail John Lennon. Jesus Christ. Hey buddy, can I steal that ladder? I mean, not actually back up into one of them. Fuck you. Fuck you. Okay, so all that happens. Broke a deal with Spider? Dude, these spiders don't want to break a deal. Yeah, hey, buddy. Okay. So how do I move you? So how do I compel you to leave so I can go that way? So if he... Whoa. So I don't think I can crawl under him. It's gonna jump scare me again if I, like... Can I touch him? No, don't do it. Try asking it. Hey, could you move? Hey, hey, could you move? Hey, could you move? Can I crawl under? Can I touch your arm? He said no. Whoa, I'm doing a backflip. I did a fucking backflip. I think it's got an AirPods and it can hear you. No. Take out your AirPods, you guys. Take out your AirPods. Hey, man, I need to get through. Is your friend down? Go hang out with him. Can I touch you? No, you already spun me. You spin me right, meow, baby, right, meow, right, meow, meow, meow. Can you move? I would like to go up the stairs. Hey, you guys. So I don't know how to get past this. We're in a manage key. We can go in the kitchen. Let's see what's in the kitchen. Bye. Bye. Okay, that means I gotta deal with the big fucker up there that chase after me that I don't like. His little pung, 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 little peaties. Okay, game saved again. So if I die, I just respawn here. It wants me to go down here, and it says something about maintenance, but maybe I can... Can I go to the laboratories? Hi, Greg. Where's Greg? I don't know where Greg is. If we turn off the power for the maintenance, does that mean we turn off the... Turn that? Okay. I don't think that does anything. What does that do for the kitchen? Let's go see. Mr. Huntsman is out, fishing, so he won't be too much of a bug. If you know what I mean. Do you think he'll like that? Do you think Mr. Greg would like a sody pop? A sody pop for Greg? Hey, so... Okay. What if I throw this at one of the spiders? Oh, it just opens up the fences. Okay. What if we try to throw this at one of the spiders? Do you think the spider will like apple? Why? Also, welcome in! Thank you for the follow! Welcome, welcome. I hope your stay is well. That was rude. It's a cuties. It's my fucking wife. Hi, wife. I'm very scared. I don't know how to get past spiders. So, let's see. Welcome in, Mike. Welcome in. I'm trying to deal with spiders, and I don't deal well with spiders. So, we're dealing the best we can. Okay. Stand up. Please? Maybe? Okay. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Wife. Help. Okay. Oh, I made him go up. I made him go up. Wow. Oh my god, 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 fuck off. Fuck off. How'd you get fucking down here, bro? How'd you get fucking down here? How much time with your fucking cousins? Your cousins were fine, and they were chill. Can I go through that? Too hot. Your cousins were fine and chilling, and now I have bing chilling. Now what to deal with him? Can I? I don't know what I'm doing. I'll kill him. I killed him with apple. Where's that fucker? He's over there. Took him out. Oh, I can go in here. I hope no one heard how many times I pressed click. So We don't need to ask the spiders. Get out of here, Greg. Yeah. Whoa. Well, I guess Greg was missing his meeting. He's running late. I was panicking. I was clicking so much. Where's Greg? Greg? What do we got here? Floor plan? Laptop? Can I steal their... Can you tell us? Risk assessment. No, thank you. Oh my god, power tools. Greg! Bye, Greg. Oh! Why'd you do that? Why'd Greg do that? Oh shit, okay. Wife, I haven't worn a wig in so long. I didn't put the wig on right. And I say that nicely, because... Go over there, Greg. Running for my life. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, he runs really fast. He runs really fast, you guys. I don't think you realize he runs really fast. So we're back in the room again. I think I need to go to that side. I think I need... Why is Greg down here, bro? I'm weaponized, Greg. Thank you! Thank you! I wore it a long time ago for my Ashley cosplay, and so now I'm Ashley. Now I'm Ashley! They're so fucking... Oh. They're so uncomfortable. These have two clips in the front that, like, dig in so that they hold this way, which are great. Fine, but, like... Oh. Oh. I don't want it on my head. And you're telling me I used to cosplay so much and willingly kept the wig on for so long with no problems? Whoa. Nemesis. Get out of the fucking way. I need... And he's right there. Yeah, Mochi, he's right there. Can you kill him for me? Yeah. Unless he's over there now. No, he's not. Hey, Greg. Oh, thanks for holding my hand, Mochi. Greg? 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 Greg! 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 Greg's behind us. Hey, so abort mission. Abort, Greg. Oh, bye, Mochi. It was nice knowing you. Okay. You know, I don't know what I expect from me. I always say, yeah. Oh. Jesus Christ. Hi, Greg. I always say, yeah, we're gonna play this, and then we'll be able to have time to play this, and then we can play that. I forgot. I just sit. I get too scared. Screw you, Greg. Screw you. Nope. Not allowed. His little toesies. Greg is just camping. Greg is so rude, bro. Ouchie. Dude, I can't believe my cat nibbled my arm so hard she broke skin. She was trying to eat me. I think Greg tried to enter my house. I always do the mission normally takes 15 or Sarah 35. Yeah, that was very accurate for when we were doing Mass Effect. Greg trying to enter my safe zone. Greg didn't understand. This is my safe zone. You're not allowed in here. I did throw the fire hydrant at him. I need to go over there because I need to get to that one over there. And I need to hit him. Which is going to be quite rude of me, but I need to hit him. Greg's right here. Greg, can you leave? Greg cannot leave. Greg's ass is right there. I have to be quiet. Fuck you. Fuck you. No, whoa, Greg. Fuck you and the lemons you sold. Well, that didn't go where I wanted it to. Oh, hey, Greg. Gotta make a poison for Greg? Yeah, that's eventually what we gotta do. They just added a lot more. We need to do something about maintenance to get the power back on. So it's a longer demo. I remember last time it was super easy to maneuver around Greg. Greg just, blocked off a lot of the hallways with the webs. But this was a lot better of a demo. Like, they put a lot more into it. Which unfortunately means they put a lot more into it, and I'm scared of it again. It's like with Phasma. I was scared of it, then I became not scared of it because I played so much of it. And then, now I stopped playing for so long. They changed so much. I don't know what I'm doing. There's so many other ghosts, and I am genuinely scared of it. Oh, hey, Greg. Oh, I want to play Phasmo. Oh, I want to... Let me out, Greg. Let me out, Greg. Greg, I only have one cookie left. I have more cookies. They're just outside. I shouldn't eat them all, though. Greg, I can touch your toes, dude. Get out of here. I open this up. That's Greg. Yeah, I think that's Greg. Maybe I should stop making noise. You think that will stop alerting? Or the sound of my cheeks? Oh, you're Greg. You're Greg. Greg? Oh, why did Greg just strolled up on me? What a... Hello? Hey, Greg. Hey, Billy. Hey, Ron. Okay, so we're back here again. So what if we do... Fuck you. Because you ate me one time. Okay. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. We need to keep one at least. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you in particular, though. Okay, he doesn't. He... Can I have my wrench? Okay. Yeah, fuck you. Yeah! Yeah! Fuck you! Oh no, is he gonna drop down? Spider ate you? Lucky spider? Don't move. Sorry, that was pure fear. Oh. Oh, I have to look at it. Good night, Kai. Thank you for staying up to be able to watch a little bit of stream. You go to bed, though, because it is quite late for you. Greg, fight me. Don't actually fight me. Greg! Open. Fucking open. Greg's right there, bro. Where'd Greg go? It's 3 a.m. Yes, I will, my lord. Yes, my lord. Please. Please, Breasty, go to bed. Okay, so do I have to do the other one again? Where the fuck did Greg go? Greg was right there. I couldn't unlock the door. I couldn't unlock the door, bro. I couldn't unlock the door. Oh, that's Greg. Hey, Greg. Hey, Billy. Hey, Ron. Is he doing dance? Doing a little dancey dance. Closing the door. No Greg's allowed in here.
Happy Halloween. Now get some eep.
Greg's kind of huge. Please don't touch me. Oh, you're fucking shitting me, bro. Oh, I fucking fell down again after climbing up. Don't move. He can't see us if we don't move. Greg's moving! Greg's moving with speed! I'm locked in, boys. I'm not locked in, I'm seriously scared. Where's Greg? Any eyes on Greg? I don't know why I thought about turning off my flashlight first. Any second. I'm armed, Greg. I'm armed, Greg. Oh my god, get me in, get me in. Close the door, please. Close the door, please. I don't want Greg. I don't want Greg anywhere near me. I don't want Greg anywhere near me. Oh, I hated that. Why was he over the edge? It was shooting in the dark. I should stop drinking the GG subs. What a bitch. I hate Greg. I hope Greg knows I hate him. I have to just kill him. Does he hear my little pitter patters? Bing, bing. Fuck you, chicken strips. You hear something. What do you hear, good old Greg? Oh, actually, don't come this way. Oh no, he's coming this way. Hello! Hello, Kodiak! Hello! This is my friend Greg. He's eaten me twice. I hate him. I hate him so much. I hate him. I hope you're doing well, and I hope you got sleep, and I hope work has been okay. I've been up since 4 a.m. I've had 2 hours of sleep, but I want games. Is Greg still there? I should probably stop making noise. Maybe then Greg will leave me alone. Okay, Stan. Let's go. Bye, Greg. Oh, you're telling me there's more? Oh no, oh no, oh no, okay. I couldn't aim that at him. unlock it, you dumbass. Greg's there. Did Greg open the door? You have a friend that you hate? Yeah, it's called Greg, the spider. Sorry, I didn't mean to make that noise. Okay, so there's like 2 of them. Do I need something over here? Okay, okay. There's a lot of spiders. Everyone's okay. No. Locked. That was really loud, bro. That was really loud. I need to do that. Oh my god. Just talking shelf, but I was like sweating like a hog. I worked 10 hours. God damn. Make that bread. Get that bread. Fuck yeah. But damn. You need rest now. Rest, relax, deadlock. I say as I'm not even... I play. I hate him. Is anybody above me? Is anybody above me? Is anybody above me? Okay. Is anybody above me? Okay. Is anybody above me? Maybe I shouldn't be asking that as I'm stepping forward. Run. Run. Personal report to security office for further. I need to go to oh, what? Climb ladder. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm gonna take a bath. So waking up the game or 2? Take a bath. Oh my god, take a bath. Relax. That sounds so nice. Where'd Greg go? Well, it's nice the power's back on. I just really love Deadlock. And like... Did it tell me to go to security? I hope it did. Oh, we did. Too big for the bed, but whatever. Loves in the hot water. Fuck yeah. Exactly. It's good for the joints too. It's good for the joints. If the facility is compromised and the specimen escape, your top priority is to neutralize the threats. The buildings will be on lockdown until the threat is contained. Under no circumstances can they leave this building. A contingency formula has been developed in lab storage to turn their own venom against them. Once created, the solution must be dispersed through the ventilation system in maintenance. If you encounter one of the specimens, refrain from sprinting around them. Well, what if I want to run? Okay, I'm scared of them. I'm scared, okay? Go sit in some hot water. We love hot water. This should be open now, though, right? Because all the electricity is back on? Fuck. Oh. Go big, yeah! I will! Happy Halloween! Happy Halloween! I love my friend. I just wanted my cheese. Okay. My head hurts. It's from the fucking leg. Well, I don't know where Greg is. Where's the lab? Where's the lab? Where's the lab? Did they make that portion of the game? Is the lab real? Is the lab the friends we made along the way? Let's go back down to maintenance. We have to disperse it in the maintenance. I found Greg. Is everybody active again? What the hell? What the helly? Generator, boiler. Wonk. Whoopsie. I made Greg's friend upset. Okay, so that said... Boom, 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 boom. Fresh coffee. Fresh coffee. Can I make this? Can I? What is that sound? But that sound. Can I only turn on one now? Reception was already on. I don't know if there should be more to this game. I know, but like there's how secret entrance? Secret entrance? Actually reporting for duty. Ew. Quite spooky. TSA. Man, whoa. ¿Qué pasó? ¿Dónde? Yo, where the frick are the fucking offices? Okay, so that's closed. That just has all the stuff that emergency lockdown. Can I go back out, please? Let me see what's down in the maintenance. Because there's no laboratory. There's no laboratory. What if I hit that? No, I shouldn't. We need to spread it through the ventilation. That's what I remember. I remember doing that in the original. But there's no laboratory. I wonder if that's it. I don't know. Whee! Excuse me, spiders! Excuse me! Hi! Bye! Is he above me? Long, locked. Okay. Well. Whoa. I don't know why that scared me. It was just a door. Oh. I don't know why I'm walking that way. Greg's gonna be that way. I don't know what's left in this. Open, open, open. Close. I don't know what else. Can I work that machine? What'd that machine do? I don't know what else to do because... Is Greg right there? Okay, Greg's not there. You know, it said not to sprint around them. And I fucking sprinted. So fast. I sprinted so fast away. I don't know. Oh. Ouchie. Oh yeah, I needed to check to see if there was a fire. I forgot about that. I shouldn't forget about that. Are you supposed to play? I am, but I'm at a point where I'm like, what am I to do? Here, I'll pause it. You won't. Oh! Knocked over my little guy. Fire, fire. I think I might just switch to fast mode so that Nikki can also watch. This is not loading. Is my... Ooh, I didn't like that noise in my ear. Let me see. I want to see something. I want to see something. I want to see something. Hi, Nikki. How you doing? How has your time been? How has showing been going, Nikki? How has that been going? Have you gotten progress done on your costume? Yeah, I think that's it for the demo. I think that's literally it for this game. Are you Velma Cat? No, I'm Ashley. I'm Ashley Graham from Resident Evil. We're gonna close this game out because that is all that is for this game right now. I hate that. Sorry, Nikki. Close your eyes. I hope you didn't see that for the 1 second that was on the screen. But it's the whole shirt front. Okay. Alec, take me to Hobby Lobby to get more fabric. That's not bad, though. That's not bad. Hold on, let me put it just chatting. My head is hurting. Also, hi, Liker. How are you? I hope you didn't see the spider that was on for a split second. That's not bad, though. That game's looking good. I do like that they have still the set story, which I think is completely fine. Good story. But that's really fun. I like the added addition of the other spiders. Fucked up and evil of them. Fucked up and evil. Uninstall that shit. Get out of here. What do we feel like? Came back from a party. I come home early because I'm an adult. It's okay. I worked Saturdays too. I work tomorrow too. I think I need music. Hold on. I can't think properly. I'm gonna be honest, my head's hurting from this stupid freaking wig. Nothing I can do about it. I've also just been up and I'm crashing a little bit. What do we feel like? Nikki, what do we feel like? What spooky do you want? I was thinking Phasmophobia. I'm trying to lower my mic just ever so slightly. Pop my shoulder. Also work tomorrow. Hell yeah, work tomorrow, gang. We're the gang that works tomorrow. That's all of us. That was a fun little demo. I like that. I don't know where. I can hear my cat biting stuff. Is that what Tori's playing? Yeah, Tori's on Devour now. Oh yeah, I have her stream up. So cute, so cute. Meow, 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 meow. Can you solo fast? That's what I was thinking. I used to be able to. I think we'll do that. We'll play a little bit. Maybe like an hour more. We did a lot of streams this week. I'm not trying to push myself. I'm gonna post TikTok tomorrow too. Dude, I'm so excited. I finished up the Outlast Trials. It's blasting in my ears. Does this play anywhere? But I finished it up. There's been so many updates. There has been. That's why it's scary. It's scary now. But I finished the Outlast edit, so I'm gonna post it tomorrow. I wanted to post it today, but I didn't have it saved to my phone, and I was at work all morning. Should have fucking sucked. Did that? Did there, that did. Let's go back here. Bye bye. Sorry, Jordy just sent something. Oh god, I'm walking backwards. I spazzed out my game doing that. I've broken my game. I broke my game because of responding to you. Oh my god, what did I do? Oh my god, it fixed itself. Okay. I don't like that. Okay, space does that. Okay, it's not, it's toggle. Okay, already? It's okay, I fixed it. I went to respond to Jordy, and it held my, S button, so I was walking backwards the entire time. Anyways, I changed this. There we go. That's my pretty card. I got my pretty card. Single player. So we're gonna do... I honestly, I actually think amateur is probably a good idea. Oh my head! Do you think the ghost would like music? Meow 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 meow. Bow, 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 bow. Look at that! It's so pretty. I forgot about Insanity. Oh my god. Because we played on Insanity a couple of times. Short hunt duration. Let's see. Long setup time. Long hunt grace period. Short hunt duration. Sanity pill restore. A lot of sanity. Regain half of your lost equipment if you die. No, I remember. I remember the war. I would look very nice in a bob cut, Nikki. But I really like my shag haircut. Very sad. I think... Oh, I hate the fuse box starting off. Anyways, we're gonna do intermediate. I left. I didn't leave anything. I was in single player. Okay, let's get out of that board. Sunny Meadows. Point Hope. Okay, so we have been to all of... That's the 2-story. We've been these two. We've been there. We've been to Grafton. We've been to Willow Street. We've been to... I think we've been to... You would? Why'd you say GG's? What'd you mean? What'd you mean? I think we've been to both of these and we've been to the prison. Is Sunny Meadows the asylum? These ones we for sure... No, we've been to the high school. We've only been to, I think, the main one, the asylum. Not this portion. We haven't done these two. These are the 2 new ones. Let's do this one. 3 floors. Maybe I shouldn't. I'm a one-woman job. One of the farmhouses update? Yeah, I think it was. I'm scared of the farmhouses, bro. What do you mean? Question mark, question mark. 10? It's a lighthouse. You know, let's do Tanglewood. We haven't been there in a while. I would like to go to a new farmhouse, but you know, let's set up some things. I have like nothing because they updated so much of it. I forgot it's... Oh, can't press that. Just toggle. Those are the bones I've ever found. Found that. Orb. Orb. The small things I've collected. What would you do if you found your son killed by but killed by who? I have a son? I want to pick it up. Whoa. That's not what I'm gonna do. Dude, I'm gonna spaz myself playing this. Okay. See, this is all the confusing things. Hey, wait, I just noticed something. That's what I fucking thought. It's connected to my fucking Oculus. I don't even know if that was the right one. Hold on. Headset microphone. No. Oh, that's my microphone. Meow, 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 meow. That's what I want for that. And Jordy's sending me stickers. Yeah, meow, 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 meow. Why was my master volume turned down to 0? The friendly dragon in Skyrim? I don't know. I'd probably say he probably deserved it. Oh. Yeah, accurate. Falling asleep? Good night, friends. Good night, Junior. I'm falling asleep too. I want to play a little bit, though. I'm here for a good time. Not a long time. So is that what's included in the trunk? I need a okay, okay. Okay. I'm so sad. We used to have so many levels. And I used to have so much equipment. I used to have so much money. Got the sticker for being good this time? Yay! What sticker do I get? Yeah. Do I have the photo camera? We used to have this photo camera. Okay. I used to have so much stuff. Spend $1? Thanks. I spent a lot more than that. We'll just do that. How do I... So if I do that... I don't know how to add things. Pikachu or Eevee? I would say Pikachu. If you have a, Oh, there we go. Oh, if you have a Psyduck, I would gladly take a Psyduck. We're an intermediate. Hold on. Oh, I'm not even allowed to buy sanity medication. Okay. This ghost is going to deck me. Nikki, do you still remember your phasmophobia knowledge? Maybe I should we're gonna do amateur so that I can relearn my things. We do have a Psyduck. Here you go. Yay! I'll put it with all of my Psyduck collection.
The ghost here seems to be linked to a cursed object. Go and take a closer look. Maybe using it will help your investigation.
Oh, okay. Wow. Case Ruth Bowen. Ruth Bowen. Responds to everyone. Well, ain't that nice, Ruth? Member of your team escaped the ghost. Oh, during our ghost hunt? Bro. I'm a one-man team. Okay. Well, I figured out how to pick up things. You EMF? Yeah, okay. Well, we're a one-man team. Forehead, we don't judge? Exactly. I do like the, playing this in VR. I don't like this. Oh my god, why did I decide to play this game? Alone. Okay, so this is on. Hello? I have a long time to set up before a ghost hunt. Oh, I forgot I can't, like, pause this game. Remind me I can't just pause an online game. Nikki, where would you suppose this ghost would be? God, I love the dog. Oh, I forgot to get out of breath. Is it stormy outside? Whoa, that's a bear. Our bear went to bed. So sad. So sad, our bear went to bed. We can't pause online game. I can't pause online game. Hey, Deadlock's... Hold on, I'm nervous. I'm nervous. Have I told you I'm nervous? I need to turn down this music. I feel sick. I don't. Happy music. I've had a lot of sugar. I need orange juice. What's that? Hold on, I'm backing it up. I need to stop running. My guess is master or garage. Okay. Well, let's go check out the garage. Well, let's check out this room really quick. Oh, Coco's playing Dying Light. Oh. Did you move the ball? Dude, I used to be so brave playing this. Even like solo and with friends. My arm is itchy. My back is itchy. Journal. It's a ghost, everybody. It's a ghost. Mystery solved. Mystery solved. It's a ghost. I think that's it. I think that's our conclusion. It's a ghost. Do you think this ghost likes baby no money? It's a spooky. Yeah, that's a spooky, bro. How do I drop things? Okay. Okay, that's a spooky. Okay, I'm on... I think it might be like the kitchen, but I turned off the lights here. Okay. We need more stuff. Nikki, you are gonna be... I thought that was a person, I'll be honest. My arm is getting itchy. You're gonna be the man in the car, in the chair. The man in the chair. You'll be my man in the chair? Do I not even have... Bit. Okay. It's for being the man in the van. Exactly. You're my man in the van. Okay, tell me what's going on. Ghost done absolutely nothing wrong, amateur. This ghost is not gonna make a fool of us. Journal? Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Okay. We got a few A few ghosts. That's things. We got a few ghosts we can pick through. Dude, Sweepy took a chunk out of me. Oh my god. We got a few ghosts to pick from. Hey, you wanna write in this? You wanna write in my book? Can you write in my book? Oh, but the little fingies go away. Okay, so I can't turn... why would I turn off my own flashlight? That's a horrible idea, but we're gonna leave that there. Run a little faster. I hate being out of breath in this game, bro. Why is Ruth so mad? Nikki, please tell me, why is Ruth mad? I should not be distracting you. Nikki, you should focus on, sewing. Don't listen to me. Don't. I'm just being my normal self. And by that, I'm just like, hey. Look at me. I love my friends. Why is Ruth so mad? Because you're trespassing? She's fucking dead, bro. What's she gonna do? Kill me? Yes. She absolutely is going to murk me. Okay, she calm down. Oh! This is a fucking shitty video camera. Oh my god. Okay, Ruth is really active. Did not appreciate that. Can you talk to us? Do you have anything to say? Speak to us. Say something. Are you there? Where are you? Where are you? And I'm fucking running. Let's see. Might be the kitchen. I don't think it's the master. I'm sorry if you heard my neck. That was kind of loud. I did it again. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Did the lights just flicker? Hey, did you flicker the lights? So can I keep this recording? But like, no, that wasn't somebody. That wasn't somebody. That wasn't somebody. I think I have to have a tripod. Is that the fucking shadow of like the stuff? I liked it. Liked what? What did I say? My neck cracking? Because that probably wasn't good for my neck, but I didn't twist it. I just turned. I literally just tilted it. Where are you? I'm scared. Hey, so I think I'm a little coward. The neck? Okay, yeah. I was like, what else did I do? Was it just the neck? It was the neck. There we go. Let's see if temperatures. Serious about the selfie request too? You look kind of cute. Should let us save it. Fair enough. I actually would have never thought about taking a selfie. Are you in here? I'm so scared. And I'm so sorry. Oh. Oh. Hey, is a cauldron over here? it's like the same. Can you write in the book? Do 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 do. Are you here? I'm scared. I used to be able to do this alone. I need to itch my arm and my head. And my shoulder. Everything's like itching me. My head is because it's gosh darn awake. Okay, Ruth is not active at all, so it's okay. Why would you do that? That's gonna be so loud. I think I literally need a tripod. Exactly. Da 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 bow 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 bow. Meow meow. How did... Okay. Oh. Meow, 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 meow. I'm scared. I'm scared. Wait. Give me two. Goddamn, look at you both. Been here since this rat. Can confirm. Can confirm. Fox has been here since this better game. They gotta. Okay, if I just play the happy song super loud in my ears, this part of the song haunts me though. Also, hi, Meadows. I'm late. You are late. I thought you said church. Okay. Miss Ghost, are you here? Where are you? This flashlight does fucking jack shit, bro. If this... I'll be honest, if this ghost tries to talk to me, I can't hear anything right meow. What's that? I don't know what that is. I'm not looking. Meow meow. Meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow meow. Meow meow meow. I'm gonna exit the house to answer these questions. It's a new update. I'm scared of this. I'm scared of this game. This bitch just turned off the fucking lights in the house. Hey, glitching. How are you? Well, if I go in here, I want you to know I'm on amateur. I'm on amateur. I haven't played this shit in fucking years. And I'm scared of it. Moldka. Hi. How are you? It's been 80 boy. Alright, let's go see Ruth's activity. Oh my god. My friend is playing Final Sentence demo. Oh! Nikki, why didn't you tell me that Ruth was active? My man behind the chair sent us a lot of it. It's so much fun, except I'm fucking illiterate. I'm illiterate and dyslexic, so I ain't winning ever. Dude, I start panicking and I type wrong and then I panic more and then I type worse. And then I make the same mistake over and over again. Da, 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 da. You know what? You know what? Fuck this. Give me my camera. I purchased it for a reason. Fight me. Is the cat meowing? Yeah, oh, that scared the shit out of me. It's just it's a cabinet. Which was, yeah. Oh my god, that got us once. That got like, oh, I think there was about 5 of us playing. It got all of us. Because I was just like, wait, I spelt it right. No, I didn't. No, I didn't, because it was spelled wrong. The right was... I'm scared. I just smacked my fucking keyboard. Is it the fuse? No, the fuse is in the fucking... I need to move my hand. Where am I? Okay. Mochi, now is not the time. I don't know where that. So I think she's actually in the fucking, I'm gonna leave this house right meow. Mochi. She knocked down all the photos. Why'd she fucking breathe in my ear? Why'd you... Bellows? Yeah, Bellows. I don't need you and Ruth breathing in my ear like that with that fucking phasmophobia. I don't need... Group and play Phasmo stuff? Yes! Please, because I'm scared of this game. I suck at this game! I suck at this game too! Look at my beautiful photo of all of her tantrum. And pretty good to update. It's pretty fun. I mean, I like it. I like a lot of stuff that's changed. I have a really cool ID. But, like, I can't show you the ID because it's not in this. Hey, does it tell me where the fuse box is? Hold on. Got to correct like 2 times, maybe. Damn. Hey, that's okay. Happens to the best of us. How do I use this? Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay. The fuse box was exactly what I stared at. Mochi. Okay. Mochi is sitting on me. When I'm down. Ooh. And you? I was in this game? Really? How perfect. I should have this open. Yep, there it is. Why did I turn off my flashlight? I don't know how to use this. Oh. Hey, oh, don't touch me. Hey, you guys. I don't know how to use... I took a picture. Hey, Miss Ghost, don't do anything, please. I don't know how to use a fuse box, and I need to look at my controls. I need to look at my controls so badly. Okay, please, thank you. Okay. I don't know how to touch a fuse box. It's still off. I opened it. Game. Video? Game. Okay, okay. What's the ghost name? Ruth. Ruth Bowen. Miss Ruth, she's being polite. I am, in fact, on amateur. I picked the most amateur ghost out of them all, you know? Oh, controls. What the fuck is special? Say her name in the house? Oh, hell no. Cycle. Q? Journal. Push a duck. Global push a duck. I ain't bringing her out to do nothing. Hold to use. Don't take a picture. I took a picture again. Going to a home and repeating that ghost name. See, I don't remember how to play. Like, I remember how to play, but like, I'm so uncomfortable with this game now because it's been so long. Then I'm like, oh, I'm on amateur. So it won't do too much anyways. Money stealer right there. I really want to keep that one. We could just take a random guess. According to the deductions, it's a year. Do you want... Well, let's go home. Fox solved it. Fox solved it right there. Let's go home. Is the button that activates the trailer door? Yeah, it's E. But it wasn't going. Do it. We're doing it. Wait, hold on. Wait, do I have it written down? Yes. Okay, it should be that button. Okay, so it's not E, it's mouse 1. You said, wait, actually, I'm drunk. I can't do this. Don't you worry.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready.
Well, what type of ghost was it? Well, what type of ghost? Oh, it was a... It was... What the hell type of ghost is that? So you're just passionate about ghost hunting, okay? Look at my cute little name tag. Okay, so... Debriefing? Oh, absolutely not. Okay. So... Fuck it, we ball. I want to see this new farmhouse. I'm on amateur still. Let's go. Look how fancy this shit is. My God. What is it? Ubake? Ubak. I don't know what he's telling me. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, who do we got?
This must be the reason that the ghost was summoned here. Take a look.
Patricia.
You may be able to use this to your
Emmett.
advantage.
Patricia. Oh, why does this look like a Clue map? That looks like we're playing Clue. Somebody bring out the board games. We're playing Clue right now. Can I be? I like being. I mean, Mrs. Peacock is fun, but I like playing. I like being Miss Scarlet. I love being Scarlet or the maid, because they put the maid in. The maid is great, and then they made the maid hot. You remember by the time I was drunk in Fox's stream, and I was like, what if I just cut my bangs? And he was like, yeah, when you're sober. I just studied myself because I have 0 push. Yeah. Well, I'll defend you, Nikki. You know, even if you were sober, you would probably also still do it. So, you know, it checks out. The Colonel killed Mrs. Peacock in the living room with a wrench. Ooh! How do I pick it up? Oh. Critical mental connection to cutting bangs is a video where a woman is cutting the horse bangs. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Whoa, no. Dude, I want a house like this. Actually, I don't, because I don't want to be in a farmhouse. I want to talk about certain... I hate that, actually. I hate that a lot. I hate that a lot. Give me a farmhouse. Like in a movie? Nope. Give me a farmhouse style house and then put it in civilization. Ooh, they got nice... Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. They have nice knobs. And I literally mean knobs. Meow, 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 meow. Okay, what? Look at that light switch. Look at that light switch. Excuse me? Excuse me? I said what I said. Look at that shit. I'm trying to crunch my legs. Well, stop complaining, Mochi. You're the one who laid on me. Look at that. The ghost is probably like, what is she doing? Don't worry. I just like vintage things and antiques, and I can't see. Oh my god, it's so dark. That might be a nice switch. Uh-huh. That's a nice knob. Whoa. Which is dogs and cats? Oh my god, it's dogs and cats! I hope it's all the team's animals. Oh my god, is it different ones over here? Oh my god, it is! It's more! Oh my god! Okay, best map ever. Look at all those. Good boys. And good girls. Good kitties. Good doggos. Ghost, please don't attack me. I'm looking at all the... Oh, you're just a woman. So I'm gonna throw the circuit breaker. I'm telling you this now. You guys, right here. Hidey hole. Do they have enough plates? That's enough slices! They gotta have enough slices for pizza. This is the new map. Sorry, I do need to turn off the... That's kitty. Meow meow meow. Do do do. Do do do. Do do. Holy shit. Okay. Closet I see. Oh, so this is a cat. Oh, have fun lurking! This is casually just a Elden Ring song. No. Jesus, I can't. Those don't click very well. Was somebody smoking in here? Never drink too much, man. Well, you're living the high life now. You're living the drunk life. You want me to make it worse? I don't know how to make it worse. I probably could. I'll start meowing everything and then you'll be very confused. Are you just hearing meows or like... Is it a real life? I have to be outside tomorrow? You're screwed, buddy! I'm screwed. I should really have this out. Give me a sign! Who spilled their drink? You fucking dropped the wine, bitch! I'm sorry, not you, Ghost. Just like, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. My bad, you had too much to drink and now you spilled the wine? Oh. My wine. I am thinking I'm gonna perish in this house. Hold on, I need to fix. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, meow, 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 meow. Try to fix my headphones, they're gone. Meow, meow, meow. Oh, well, what? Meow, 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 meow. That's what my cat sounds like right now. Love struck girl, I tease her. Never be her. Wow, they got a lot of pictures. Okay. Sing voters in my mind, not working. This is a shitty fucking flashlight. I can't see shit. Be in love. Moose? Dear. Okay, so they're rich. Creative, wrote my feelings down. Who stole something from here? Ah, this really is Clue. To be found. Hello? Be this way. Holy shit, you see this bathroom? Hey, Ghost, don't interrupt me. This is a nice fucking bathroom, dude. Look at this tub. Damn. Been hosting parties in my mind, not working overtime. Oh, there we go. I figured out how to open drawers. Just it is to be a lover. Where did it go? Can I open you? Just that one. Okay. Do me think I see you in the... I can't see anything. Okay. We'll turn this one off. I'm just trying to, like, get used to this map. Oh my god, that's a dark-ass room. Turn that light on. Oh. Oh, they're rich, but they also have a mannequin. Overtime to the whole world. Yes, it is to be a lover girl. I don't like that at all. That's a nice vanity, but I don't like that. Don't look at me. My cup is too close to my mouse. Ooh. Okay, closet. Night-night. Oh, are you one out? Wait, Mochi's coming. I shouldn't stop in a haunted house. She's making her way. Mochi is being released from her... What is that? Okay. Okay, we're just gonna close that door. I don't know where this ghost is. We should have... I don't have the other one out. What is this? A sanctuary. Meow 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 meow. Oh, I think they went insane. Yeah. So like this place is freaking huge. Whoa. Oh my god, he fishes. How did I do that? I don't know how I let myself in the room and closed the room on myself. Oh my god, I can properly crunch my legs now. My cat's gone. I do have a tummy ache. I ate too many cookies. And you may think, oh, you only had a small plate of cookies. Yeah, but I was eating cookies at work. So I left the lights. Oh, Jesus Christ. Is there a way to enter over here? No. Can I go around the back? What's here? What's over there? There has to be. Inside. Oh my god, dude. I was getting tea for one of my managers about more animation teams. It's so funny. I'm not the only one. I can't see shit with this freaking flashlight. Oh, don't do that to me, like, that's scary. Evidently sell you. I turned off my device. I don't know when. What is this? Okay, that's the kitchen. Okay, so we're gonna have a little... Oh my god, I cannot hit those buttons. But now, too late, cause you're mine now. Meow, 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 meow. I don't know where the fuck this ghost is supposed to be, bro. This house is massive. Really pretty. Very well done. Is there an attic? Because there's a circle there. I don't know where the frick. She's done nothing. I haven't set up anything. People who are alone. Well, good thing I'm playing alone. Or maybe she knows that chat is here and she's scared of you guys. She's just scared. Scared. Am I okay? I think I've been a bit. I've been in bed. I've been in bed. I have not been in bed at all. I've not slept. I've had 2 hours of sleep. I'm very eepy. Teto, let's go. What's happening there? Oh my god. Is that my little mouse? That's so cute. Is my little mouse? Oh, it's my flashlight. I need to go to bed. Where is this? Garden porch? There's a garden porch? How rich are these people? Okay, we're gonna drop everything at the front. I'm gonna hope that the ghost is right there. Meow, 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 meow. Okay. Meow, 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 meow. Ooh, that's a very pretty moon. How do I? There we go. I don't really need that. Is that dots? I think it is. We're just gonna toss that. We're gonna take this. Okay. So we need... We're gonna, Is Patricia doing anything? No. Okay. We're gonna take a nice little house tour and see what the temperature is like. Please be cold. Right here. Are you here? I can hear it. I turned it up. I can hear everything more. I won't lie, Teto is blasting in my ear. Are you here? Where are you? Did I hear something? Are you here? I'm scared now. I thought I heard something, but Teto was so loud that I couldn't actually hear. I forgot that I sliced my finger at work. Now I'm scared. Nikki. Van person who's not actually in my van. Are you here? Where are you? Patricia? I thought I heard something in the game, Nikki. But Teto was so loud I couldn't hear. And now I'm I'm stressed now. This house is fucking massive, girly. I don't know where the freak this freak is. My head hurt. So I just went to go feel where the wig is. The wig cap is. Guan. Oh no, my ear! I hit my ear, no! Not my little mouse ear. We'll turn that off for a second. Let's just listen to the sounds of the outside. It's as if we're actually outside. You know, touching grass. Embracing the... Oh my god, my ear! I was gonna say my head, but I was stapling on the ear to my head. They're not so even anymore. Did this one fall a little bit? No, but I don't think it really matters. Also, the back side of it is not even taped. They're like normal cardboard on the back, but you don't even know that. Blanket jam, that's how I freaking feel, Miss Brands. That's how I feel. Touch grass, no thanks. That sounds horrible. That's what I'm fucking saying. It's okay, now I'm playing Teto. I'm scared of playing this. This isn't... I think I'm too scared of this game now. Huh. I see. Where are you? Shut up, Teto. Are you here? Oh, hey, Blonky. Are you here? Where are you? Please, I don't want to go in this house. What's her fucking name again? Sorry, we need the emotional support Teto. Emotional support Teto in these trying times. Bitch has done absolutely fucking nothing. I've been lurking? Hell yeah. I hope you've had a good Halloween then. Patricia. Are you French? Nikki, you can't just... That sounds like freaking mean girls. You can't just ask people. Why do... Wait, Fox, why does that sound like wouldn't you like to know, weather boy? That's what that sounds like. Go the fuck to bed, British boy. Damn. You... Wait, the lights just turned off in the house. Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy? Meow 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 meow. So where's the fuse box? Where's that supposed to stop? The fuck no, the So the fuse box is upstairs in the bathroom. So what the hell, bro? Nothing can hurt me when Tron is playing. To bed? Damn! He's on there. Damn! He has to be bed. Well, you know, maybe no bedtime. It's Halloween, no bedtime. Are you here? I want to say her name, but I'm not going. Oh, that's me. Out of breath. I can't see shit with this fucking I'm gonna cry. I can't see shit with this flashlight. I'm gonna lock myself in this. I'm gonna lock myself in this bathroom. I'm gonna lock myself in this bathroom. It's in the goddamn wall. Where the freak? I need to stop saying freak. Meow, 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 meow. Did you hear the way it squeaked? It went. Eh. Officially pushing 30? You're just like public shaming Blonky. In an ads right now, you can't hear what Sarah's saying. You said you're lucky. She's calling you that. That didn't say shit. Oh, I didn't do anything. I was talking to the ghost. I'll have you know I'll defend my honor. My honor of what? I don't know. I'm Mousely. I can't do anything wrong. Well, actually. Time for emergency subs. I don't wanna. I'm free from it. Well, welcome back. I'll bully Fox, don't worry. I think he was lying. I think he was lying too. I was fighting for my life from what? I don't know. There was no ghost talking to me. Would I? I wouldn't lie. That sounds like what a liar would say, Fox. I think you're lying. I keep on thinking that's a severed head over there. It's not. This game isn't as dramatic as that. Let's go upstairs. Ew! Okay. I think this house is haunted. I think it's haunted. Call me washed. That was clearly like, God damn! If it was ghosts in this game, when you would pull the spirit box out and you say, fuck you chicken strips. Fuck, this is a nice front door. I think Whoa there, Patricia. It's a little bit too much. Took your monthly bath? Damn, not the monthly bath. Me getting called out last time. Monday for taking a late shower, so my hair was still had gel in it, so it was still wet. Getting called out. Sarah took her monthly shower. Like, damn, bitch. Literal crazy. All he does is lie. That sounds about right. It's okay. I don't know how to bully Fox, but I bully Fox. She's just a wah. Everything's happening in chat. I'm just trying to hunt a ghost here. You know, I'm just trying to be a pro ghost hunter as Mousely. And, you know, life bullies him enough. So real. So real. How can I... Okay. Locking in. Not locking in. Do you think this ghost would like Baby No Money? How can I... I'll feed him to the ghost next time I play Phasmo with him. Turn that light back on. Oh, you turned it off in there too? Okay. Well, that was quite rude. I should be in bed though. Yeah, who's gonna suffer tomorrow? Oh, I did that to myself. Are you here? Hey, I never opened up this door. Hey, it's cold. Oh. Why did I try to breathe in the fucking game? Why did I try to make my breath? I try to see my own breath. My IRL breath. Go to fucking to bed, Fox. It's past your bedtime. It's way past your bedtime. You need to be in bed. Whoa, you flipped the lights off down here too? That's quite rude. Not a shit boy. I did the it boy. Turn that light on. That startled me. It's past everybody's. It's past my bedtime. It's not. It's 9:20. It's not even 10 o'clock. It ain't even 10 o'clock. Always time for me to go to bed and not sleep mode. What is your name? Emmett. Oh, pick that up. Oh, we have one clue. Agency M&M. It's not freezing temps though. These headphones won't stay in. God damn it, a shit boy. Do you think this ghost would like Baby No Money? This is my repeat songs. I need sleep so badly, bro. I'm running off 2 hours of sleep and I had an 8-hour shift today. That was awful. I actually had fun at work and Shaylin brought garlic knots. Shaylin's on a date. I love my wife. But she brought garlic knots of dipping sauce. I was gonna speak to it, but then I was gonna speak, but I got a little nervous. Bubble tea. Tastes like party. I'm gonna make my way downtown. I keep on thinking random objects are a ghost. That's not how this game works. Give me that. Sorry, cat's eye. Tato! Oh, I'm stuck on the stairs. These are nice carpets. These people are rich. They were definitely murdered. They definitely were murdered. My head is going to hurt so much. Can you write this? Can you write it? Can you write my book? Can I pick this up? Can you write this? Hey, is that freezing temperature? I think it actually is freezing temperature. Are you here? Where are you? What's your name? You like games? You want to play Fortnite? You want to play Repo? What's your favorite anime? I think this ghost is gonna hate me. Crawling away. Crawling in my... Bro, it's warm in the house now and I can't open my window. My tummy hurt. Okay, you guys, I ate too many cookies. Okay, so it's freezing temperatures for sure. Freezing temperatures. It's a djinn. Why? I don't know. How do I make camera stay on? I don't remember this magic. Oh no, don't I just place it on the floor? Oh, I know what to do. Think. I hate that. I hate that a lot. I thought that was a big window. That's a moon. Sorry, I almost looked like I was pointing at you guys. I think I remember because if I put it down, when I click on it, it activates. I should cosplay Ashley for realsies. Was she active? I don't think she was active. Let's go check to make sure. Meow, 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 meow. She stubbed her toe. That's all she did. I hate how that flickers. Why does it have to be all the way upstairs? saint. I can be your love. Ooh, dots. I don't like these dots. Oh my god, turn that off. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, how do I... Where are you? Bye. Peace out. I didn't turn off the lights. Too late. I'll maneuver it. I'll figure it out. Fucking run. Just why is that Teto songs recently have been popping the fuck off? Like, I've always loved Teto. Not, it has never been like my top Vocaloid, but like they be cooking. Yeah. Thank you, Teto. Oh, is this how long I've been here? Ooh, oh, I can zoom? Wait, that's so cool. Oh, for the... Ah! Meow, 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 meow. This is a... awful camera angle. Fire whoever put this camera there. You know the meme of the dog just biting the sheet? That's how I feel. What time is it? 7? 2 hours? We should be just about done with her show. I miss working in production. Oh, it's on repeat? If I blast Spanish music loud enough, do you think that'll fuel my no shits? Where's my Spanish song? Where's La Vaca? La Vaca! Okay, I haven't seen anything walk. We're on amateurs, okay. Complaining about something? Is it worthy complaining about? What they're complaining about? Hi, Shannon! I give you more. Don't know? Oh, real as hell, okay. Hi, it's okay. You're late for a valid reason. Can you write in this book? Can you write in this book? Press da 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 da. Shake that shit. Shake, 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 shake it for a real star. I'm getting back out of this house, bro. So you do that? I know. I'm so happy. I was so happy when you walked in. It's literally like I'm always having not the worst days at work, but like the days where I'm like, oh my god, like I am gonna crash out because of things, and then you show up and I'm like, oh, everything's better, everything's completely fine. Why was I so mad? I have Shaylin. What the hell? The bitch is fucking throwing my camera. This ghost is throwing my shit around. Okay, how rude. Can I... Ghost... Well, that's not fucking ghost riding. What are they barking at? Oh, you fucking throwing it again? I can't believe... Oh, and I want... Which way is it facing? Is that down the stairs? Can you write in this book, Musa Spirit? I stuck a whole bag of jelly beans up my ass. I love that line so much. That's crazy. Ah, whoa. Me too. Naka. What are our options? Not the twins. The mimic? I don't think so. What if we say the Jinn? Jinn or Revenant? There's a drone that will attack while threatened. This is speed. Turning off location's power source to prevent the Jinn from using its ability. No, not the Jinn. They're really mad at somebody. Revenant is a ghost that will attack. Discriminately, their speed. I will. What are you barking at? Revenant will travel significant hunting. Revenant will cause it to move slowly. Okay. It also said this one. Suffer from weakening the insomnia. The weaker the victims are, the stronger the more. Too far? Risen from the grain to the grain. It's risen from the grain. That's not how I speak. Oh, ghost. Evidence? Evidence. Let's actually look at the Yuri. Been known to be stronger effects on people's sanities. Nah. Damon? Honto. Evidence? Hontu's on there. Oopsie. Ghost. Hontu. What are they barking at? Oh, I don't like that actually. My parents have the lights on. So they see somebody out there. He's fighting with his girl? Oh no. Ew. Temperatures will allow Hunter to move faster. Slower in warm areas. Extinguishing the flame can cause Onryo to attack. I actually forgot I needed to. Is it throwing my freaking camera again? I saw that. It really likes throwing the camera. Oh, there I am. Well, there's a fire somewhere. But it doesn't show up on the map. And West Dante. I forgot that we smelled that. It's not gonna show me the thing. We're gonna do that. If we see that move, we're gonna record it. Okay. This was empty. Yeet. Yeah, that's what it's doing. Shade and Oni. I want that Oni skin in DPD. Shade. Sorry, Lavaka. Now I can't concentrate. I'm trying to read. Meow, meow, meow. This one? Yeah. Much harder to find? We'll stop all paranormal activity if people are nearby. You want to take a fucking guess? No, I have not, giraffe. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Did I look at the Revenant? Environment at the same time. Thought he was throwing my camera again. I mean, dance, do you wanna dance? Dance. Music comes faster, made me remember it. Oh, that's so funny. I love that. Let's say... I don't want to go back. My sanity is A-okay. Let's go try to move the camera. Did he turn off all the lights? My worst fear. We're going in. I'm not gonna be some coward. I have twinkly little music playing. Like a roller coaster. Okay. Do a little dance, do a little dance. Do ya, do you wanna dance? Where'd you throw my camera? Nothing there. Can you write in this book? Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, I thought that was somebody. Sorry, I forgot how to flip the switch. I panicked for a second. I forgot how to flip the switch. What's that? Dude, I love Warframe so much. Those are scary pictures. Patricia. Damn it. Oh god, the front part's turning off. Yes, Shaylin, yes. How may I help you? Do 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 do. Okay, let's turn off the flashlight. Off the flashlight. Off. Okay, my flashlight's not gonna turn off. What a great image. What's that over there? I thought I saw something over there. Oh! Turned on a light. Peace to build a future. Strong, united, working till my fall. It was really fun. Oh, for sure. You said the day was really fun. I had a lot of fun. But Baymax. How was it? How was it? Because you said chaotic, and it's Halloween, so extra chaotic. The heart of who we are. Do something, ghost. Patricia. That's so weird seeing it like this. How do I get out of this? There we go. I wonder if you get points for like... Huh. Mist. I'm gonna say shade. We're saying fuck it, we ball and leaving. I left all of my equipment. Oopsie. What was that? Is that a ghost orb? Did I just miss something?
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready.
Did I basically my kryptonite? I can't even like blame you. I can't make fun of you. Like detailed statistics? Damn. Because like there ain't nothing wrong with that. Like that's great. But what was oh, it was a revenant. That's awful. I hate revenants. That's so cute though. We like that, but we also hate that because that's not who you went on a date with. You know? Dude, I'm gonna never get these ghosts. I need people again with me to play this game. That place is fucking huge though. We're gonna go serious and we're actually gonna try to solve this, but we're gonna go back to Tanglewood because I can handle that building. Yeah, she had fun date, and that's all that matters. So here's my shit. Type of. Ooh. No, Shaylin, not the hey, I'm so flexible. I actually did a couples costume. We're cat and mouse. Yes, we are. Oh my god. I miss you, me. I miss you. But yeah, I haven't solved a single.
Alright, we're here. Take a look
Thing of this. I blasted the music.
before starting the investigation.
I did start blasting the music. This has been the most weirdest, calmest, unproductive stream ever, but I'm here for it. I just didn't. I'm just here. That's so funny. Chad says, tell him he's a bitch. Why? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Open. Why he a bitch? I don't know. He got me addicted to One Piece again. That's what happened. That's what happened. Oh. Oh, hey. Oh, this is quite lovely. Oh, we're ghost hunting during the, like, as the sun goes down. Moushley and Cat Leon. We could make that happen. I love the Moushley. This Moushley actually turned out really nice. Like, I could easily use these as a placemat, like, pattern for the next one, because I literally just cut the circle, and then I wanted to fold the bottom so that I could pin it. And so I just cut darts in it, and I just folded it. I did this all within, like, 5 minutes because I was panicking. Ooh, oh, that's actually quite creepy. Pick that up. What's that noise? Can I? Yeah, I think I'm hitting the Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you in the bathroom taking a shit? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Oh, that's awful. You just finished another, by the way? So I'm popping. I know. I kind of calculated not too long ago that you should be done soon. Are you here? I should have turned on the lights. Are you here? I didn't look at your name. I'm sorry. Are you here? Are you here? Are you in your closet? It's 2025. You can come out. Are you here? Are you here? Are you... have you thought about it here? Are you here? Dog. Get a small burger and fry. Treat yourself. It's Halloween. But also be careful. It is Halloween. So the freaks are out. And it's quite late in the night, so people have been at parties and are now going home. Oh my god, you got a pool in the back, Ghost! Ghost, you got a pool in the back! Yeah. I just realized my, like, normal instrumental music going. But I love this. I love this song so much. Got anything in the fridge? You got any snacks? Are you here? Where are you? Yeah, like me? Yeah! Yeah, like Shaylin! I'm gonna be honest, I can't even hear that car go off. Are you here? Can you write on this? Are you here? Where are you? Okay, goodbye. Okay, don't run. Meow, 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 meow. I didn't get it. I only went to one Halloween thing this entire Halloween season. Why are you laid out like that? She's laid out like she's painting me like one of your French women. I'm gonna take that and start setting that up. Wow, what a nice day. Oh, I should look at the ghost name actually. I didn't do that. Bam, 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 bam. This is Lappius. No, this is L79. Charles Alexander. Alexander Hamilton? Oh, it's Chop Suey again. I don't know why this specific System of a Down song came back into my brain again and just is like the jingle jingle. I don't know why. Let's turn this on. Turn that off. Are you here? Can you do something? Can you show me a sweet kickflip? Oh. I did ask for it. I'm sorry. Can you write on it, the book? Can you speak? Okay, bye. I did ask. No, I can't. I'm not coordinated enough for a kickflip. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Dude, I really want to take stunt classes. I haven't been looking to that for so long. I just haven't. But I would really like to. That's something I really would be interested in. I don't know what I would do. Shaylin. I forgot I needed to tell you something. B, are you still here? That like was a war flashback. Sarah, that's me. You're both here. Good. This addresses you both. A while ago, I was gonna put in an audition for Medieval Times because I said, fuck it, we won't. I didn't. I'm so glad I didn't because one, we know somebody from my community college that works there now. I can't believe he's one of the kings, B. But also, this thing for you, Shayla, was I was gonna try to be one of the queens there. I don't think I would have got. I don't know. Maybe I would have gotten there. It would be interesting. But yeah, we know one of the kings now. I just care. I like the knights better, but I thought he was a knight. But no, yeah, he's a fucking king. I still don't know how I feel, man. I don't know how I feel, man. He's not bad. That's how I feel about a lot of the... Oh, you turned the lights back on. Oh, thank you. Are you quite cold in here? Do you need a jacket? Forsaken me in your arms, forsaken me. Can you talk to me? Write on the book. Please do some. Don't do something. Don't do something. Still working my way through. I love that because yeah, you are. Yeah, you fucking are. But yeah, B, that was crazy seeing that. I meant to message you about it, just like, I'm so glad I didn't. Would have helped me a lot if you took that I'll keep an eye out. If it opens up again, you know, I'll get us more inside to finish the list. Gotta oh my guys, gotta help a homie out, you know. Oh yeah, wait, so that bitch tried to kill me. That bitch tried to kill me in there. He tried to fucking kill me. Sex life is not worth it. Hey, if I hold me, I would do anything. They got a champion. Championetta and the villain. Okay, you know that's pretty good actually. That's pretty banger. Oh, so I fucking threw my camera again. So I fucking picked up my camera and said, "Funk." Fucking Charles Alexander, dude, not dropping any of the tea for people here, cause they don't work with us. Playing the card game with the preset cards was so funny. Getting all the tea and drama. That's so fucking funny. I hate this bitch. He fucking flipped my camera. Yeah, go home, B. See. Oh. He's really angry. I survived a hunt. I don't have a fucking camera. Capture 2, unique. I don't have any of that. And he flipped my camera. That fence is tweaking out. Is he gonna hunt me again? Charles Alexander. Charles Alexander. Charles Alexander. Charles Alexander, you're a bitch. So I now have angered him. Mochi, what are we gonna do about this? I should have some vegetables in my diet, shouldn't I? Yeah, I should. Charles Alexander, bitch. Let's see if we have made him angry. Let's assess our damage and what we have done. Nothing. He seems like he is just going to toss my camera again and call it a day. Ah, well, he has to change it. Let's stare. Hold on, I can't stare. Get that flat. Hold on, I put the dots on the screen. I didn't make it any better. There we go. Charles Alexander, can you please pick up this camera and flip it? I don't like being upside down. It makes me sick. I really don't want to go back in there. But I said we were going to solve this one, so let's go. We're on amateur. It's okay, we're on amateur. We are, in fact, amateurs, so... I'm washing me in my clothes. I'm so scared. Get me out. Okay, I'm so scared. Beach was throwing things not in that room. So I'm quite confused. 0, 0. He's so handsome. He's my hero. So I think I faced it the wrong way. I think I faced the camera the wrong way. And I haven't looked at the book. And he's getting more angry. I gotta fucking go. I gotta fucking zoom, bitch. 8, 0, 0. Well, everything's in there. So I should figure out where the fuse box is. Fuse box in the basement? Okay. I think the car's beeping. I think the car do in fact be beeping. There's a party happening in the garage. There's a party, in fact, happening in the garage. I'm sorry, I really want to sing along to a song right now. The most dramatic song I can fucking pick. This has been stuck in my head all day. Okay, okay, he's fine. He's not being too angry. I don't know why this was stuck in my head. Oh, I know why. It showed up in an edit. My heart sank. I didn't even make a noise. I just stared at his fucking alien body. Oh, perfect. Wow, guys. I was like, oh my god, that hurt my heart. This is the ghost. The ghost is singing this to me.
Later, later.
Yay, turn it up! Who said that? Me! This well, if it's a mimic, hey, so he's really angry. Charles Alexander is really angry. I did call him a bitch. Your wife. Oh, he's about to haunt. He's about to haunt. He threw it again. The song of past romance. I see the sacrifice of men. I see the trails of betrayal and a father's final stance. He's very angry. The brink of death. I see you tear your final breath. I think he's calmed down. I think he's calmed down. I think. No longer. Ooh. I still love that little rift at the end. Oh, the power's on. Oh shit, what up? Hell yeah, we got power! Okay, let me get out of this house really quick. So he left the power on. Wow, the immediate energy change with, the song is so funny. This. Give that. Okay, let's go solve a ghost. Let's go solve a ghost mystery. So you just flipped off all the lights. That's it. I've not found the bone. Why did you turn off the light? Okay, well I turned off the light that time. So it's freezing temperatures. Are you here? Please make it, please make it, please make it. Okay, I made it. Need to go to bed. You go to bed. I'm just trying to solve this last ghost hunt and then I'm going to bed. I've been up. I've had 2 hours of sleep. 7 a.m. tomorrow. I should have slept already. You should have. If you have 7 a.m. Oh, I might see you tomorrow. I get in at 2. I'm closing. I kind of forget I have work tomorrow. Feels like I shouldn't. Oh, I forgot he fucking knocked down my camera. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. What if we take a lovely little guess? Yeah, yeah! 2 days in a row! I need to figure out. I need to talk to people. I need to solve a mystery of getting a shift covered next week. Oh my god, wait! It's Friday! The shifts came out! Good night, singing! I love you! Moushly! Yes! They see they gonna. We're finishing up this one little thing. Oh shit, dude, me too! I forgot. I forgot about our own fucking shit. The fucking thing wants to load. Damn, he fucking threw that shit. It's because we were bad talking somebody with that name. Also, hi Steve, how are you? How was your Halloween? What were you up to? Sign in, please. Okay. Hi, welcome to I Hate Our Company app. The app just never fucking works when I want it to. As expected. As expected. I have 2 band shells. Hey, you know what I got? I got nothing. That's crazy. I'm not complaining. It's just crazy that we're in peak season and this is what our schedule's like. But also the one day I actually need off for a short film is the 8th. So I'm gonna see if I can try to switch. You wanna go to bench? I ain't fucking got knowledge for that. I would love to, because I think I might see Jen if I go there, and I love her and I miss her. Yeah, I have work on November 8th, but if I can get that day covered, I need to be at a short film to film at 2. Oh, sorry, Mr. Alexander. Charles Alexander. I was talking to my... Jen is so sweet. I love her. She was so worried for me during fan. And I'm like, I'm dying, Jen. Help me. Charles Alexander is a bitch. Charles Alexander. I can't say your name. Charles. I'm putting on epic. Finished Ludo, and it was overall a bit disappointing. Disappointing Halloween? It rained here, cold, no trip. Oh, that's kind of sad. Oh, I hate that. Like, that's great, like, Halloween weather. It feels like the spooky, but, like, with the rain, there's no trick-or-treaters makes it really sad. Yes, now you go to bed. I love you. Okay, bye-bye. I'll see you tomorrow for a little bit. You know what we need? What can go wrong? Don't type in just Hermes. Cersei. Wouldn't you like to know? Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy? Okay, we're gonna have to talk to Charles. Hold on, stamp on the ground, move out of the way. It's okay, Steve. Steve, because weren't you the one too? I always forget, mainly because I was so distraught about it too, that we missed one of the moons, like one of the big moons. Did he? Hold on, let's see if he moved. He hasn't moved my camera. Oh, wait a Minnesota a lot didn't get blizzard. Yes, okay, yeah, you know it'd be that way. It's okay. I didn't get to do a lot of things I wanted to this year for Halloween, which I always say I want to and I'm going to, but I never end up doing it, and then I get sad that I don't do it. So, like, I get it. I'm gonna die. Okay, so anyways, yeah, to see a blood moon. There was a big moon recently. It was, I want to say, the strawberry moon. I hope so too. I hope we don't miss the next one. I saw one of the... What the freak? I'm just standing here. I saw one of the eclipses or moon phases that we had recently. But I didn't really get to celebrate it, especially as a very, bro, I dropped that camera. I dropped that shit and ran. I do want to go to bed, so I'm gonna take a collective guess. We're gonna go in one more time. We're gonna see how this goes. I'm gonna toss the stuff in the kitchen because he's over there now. What if it's the mimic? I'm clicking all this. Oh, the twins. Twins. It's so hard to remember to see like the certain moons because of like the timing of it all. I will do to be hurt or you get hurt. It was a fucking demon. It's your boy. Hey, demons. Well, that's it for games tonight. I'm gonna yap for a second while I close everything. Also because I have... Oh!
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Okay. It wasn't closing the game. It wasn't freeing me. You can see how many pins are in that. Dude, these were makeshift, last minute. My home read was fine. Let me put just chatting on. So I'm gonna chat and take these off. Honestly, so tempted to take... Oh. Still persuasion. I wish I could see certain things. It always messes it up here. Did it change it? Well, yes, it did. I don't know if it changed it. I don't know if I put myself to Phasmophobia. I did. No, this is a wig. See my hair under there. I bought this wig a long time ago to cosplay Ashley for a stream. I did do it. We did Leon Ashley. It was very cute. Where's... Oh, I was like, where's my bobby pin thing? So yeah. But I made these ears 10 minutes before stream. Because I didn't want to be normal. I really wanted to do one of the Dimitrescu sisters. But I didn't have time to like make it fit for that. So I said, I have this orange mock neck from another cosplay. It may not be a sweater, but it's the exact color I need for her, so you know, right. Got a white puff vest and can be... Oh my god, you're so right. Oh my god. Raised by everything, my Penelope. My power, all my power, but it's been 12 long years. Oh, 12 long years. Jesus, I couldn't get that out. Now a god of tides, he's out to end my life. I didn't even think about being Heather. I need to play the Silent Hill. I need to go through and play the rest of them because that's like one franchise that I never played when I was younger. Oh my gosh. Dude, those were hurting my ears. But like, look, they are just duct tape on it. Like, I cut it out of cardboard. That's the first round of duct tape I did because I wanted that color. And then I was like, no, we need to do white. So it's just duct tape on it. And especially from far away, you know it works. I literally made them 10 minutes before stream. Dorothy, I was frantically like digging through my foam box. I was like, where's the foam? Where's the foam? Because I had like wafer thin foam that's really good for detailing or like laying over. And I was just like, where? But there was just one piece of like cardboard. That was just like one little sheet. I think I used it for binding books. I think that's what it was. And I just cut a circle and I was like, okay, that's fine because it bends and has like the bridges. So I'm like, okay, I can bend that and you know it's fine. And I thought I could paint it and have it dry in time. That would have never worked. So I said duct tape because I talked about it at the beginning of stream. The last time I did that was the night before when I went to I need to throw those away. Oh my. Sorry, I played a spider game before this one, and I got really scared there was going to be a spider. You did not dress Cat as a Ashley. I should have. This is kind of dusty. But the night before a convention, I cosplayed as Rose Winters. And so I made this box. It's out of cardboard, but it is also, there's like cat fur and dust on it. It's also just duct tape. It's also just duct taped over it to hold it together. And then I made these paper, glued it, and I painted it the night before. So I also have a Rose Winters cosplay, but that was literally just clothing in my closet that worked. I did later find that I had a better hat for it because I only had a cat hat. She's so fucking cool. I would cosplay her again. Unfortunately, I did cosplay her around the same time last year. It was still like 70s, 80s degrees out. I had 3 or 4 layers on. I was very warm. That's my old HyperX like headphone stuff. Also, I don't have the bottom half of Ashley because, like I said, I threw this together. But I showed up. I have my pajama pants on. They're Haunted Mansion, but they're like the same plaid as Ashley. So I'm like, that works. Dude, she does. I hope we get more of her because it kind of alludes to like that we're gonna get something for her because it says the father story ends, but we're getting Grace, which I also do like. I talked about it last time. Like everybody's getting so old. We kind of need new characters. Also, there's no collector's edition for this game, and I think that's really weird. I don't know if I should buy the deluxe, like, steel box, or wait for a collector's edition. Y'all wanna see how nasty my hair is? I might like Grace, but right now, she's some rando taking up. Yo, you're so right. Right now, it's just like some rando. I'm excited for her, and I think she's gonna be cool because I think she's gonna be more like more human, kind of like how Ethan was too. It's just like they're just kind of thrown to this, and they're like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa! I'm not built for this," and I like that because I love Chris Redfield and Leon, but they're so built up now that they're always like, "Nothing can beat me," or at least that's what people think. What do you think the villain will be? I don't know. It's very much alluding to, like, it being somebody that, like, we know. At least that's what it feels like. Oh my god. So, like, I'm very curious, because they're having it under wraps, which is why people were talking about, it being Leon or something. At least Leon having a part of it, because they don't have a collector's edition. They're just keeping it away from us because the figure must be, like, the big figure must be Leon. Is stream ending? It's ending too. Yeah, I'm yapping a little bit. B, I would look good with this I need to go to bed. I would look good with this hair color. Look, you can see my natural hair color. This is not a bad hair color for me. Where's my lights? This is so bright. Oh my god. Oh. I can see. Huh? I look what? You look good? Yeah. Definitely look good as blonde. Yeah, surprisingly. Kenmo with pudding color? Yeah. I mean, it is like that because it has a natural, like, fade out, which I really like. But yeah. Blonde surprisingly doesn't look bad on me. Oh, B, do you want to hear what my shifts are? Hold on, we're gonna make this dramatic. Oh. Hey, bring me Puppeteer because I didn't pay attention to any of the songs. Oh. Okay, don't bring me Puppeteer. Fine, I'll take Warframe. Inline for Borgord? So, you know, last week's shifts, or like last week's schedule that dropped, is for next week. Only got one shift, perfectly fine. Unfortunately, it's the day that I need off, so I'm gonna try to fill that. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can. But, we're gonna try it. But, so I work Saturday. Got nothing. Got nothing on the newest schedule. Absolutely nothing. This is peak season, B. This is horrible. Nothing. Not a single shift. Like, I'm fine with it. I'm part-time, and I knew that was gonna happen. But it's just crazy to me, because I'm like, this is peak season. What do you mean you don't have money and don't want to, like, make us work? It doesn't make sense. The time of the year peak, early November? It's because we hit Halloween. Usually when we hit Halloween, it's an awkward time period where summer is like big peak season because everybody's traveling and whatnot. Makes sense. But then we go through an awkward time period where we kind of die down, but then we pick back up because of Halloween. But right after Halloween ends, we literally go straight into Christmas stuff. So I am just kind of staring at myself because I'm like, this is nice hair. This is nice hair on me. this is nice hair on me. I'm just like staring at them. I'm like, wow, okay. Okay, face card. But yeah, we go from Halloween into Christmas. So we're losing Oogie Boogie Night, which is fine. That's Halloween stuff. So that means we're losing the Halloween parade. We are gaining the Christmas parade on DL side and DCA side. So both parks for us here. We have another mini Christmas show that we're doing. We have another show that's coming. We also have fan that still runs. So we have a lot. We have 2 big parades coming out with another show, and we have a whole bunch of other stuff. The one main parade, a Christmas parade, is like the biggest one, and that takes up a lot of people. So usually when that happens, then we get shifts everywhere else because a lot of people are going to work on that. We're not though. So I don't know what's happening. This usually happens at the beginning of every year, January to February. Last year, it went all the way to April when we don't really get shifts because it's not peak season. We got nothing really going on. So yeah, best holiday? It is. I love Christmas. I love Christmas so much. It holds dear in my heart. But Halloween is one of my favorites. I'm in charge of planning a Disney trip for my fam. What is the most that time of the year? We're going to Orlando, but I'm guessing they're both kind of the same. I think both kind of the same. I don't know too much because you also want to time it with the weather for Orlando. Oh my god, I don't know. Usually beginning of the year, like first half of January, still busy because it's the New Year's and whatnot. But like March to May are usually like kind of busy, kind of not. If not, September, August, I feel like are good times. If I were going, I would probably do the beginning of the year. Maybe like, I don't know about February. February, March, April. Not April. Actually, March and April get hit and miss depending on the area because spring break. So maybe September, August? Because that's hidden when some people start school. Into early March. Maybe, yeah. That would work too. I think the beginning, like February, March, or August, September. I feel like those two. That range. Because then also check the weather for Orlando and see which one fits better. Because that's a good like roundabout of like beginning of the year and then end of the year type of weather to figure out what's best. Do I have buff arms? No, my arms are small again. I haven't lifted in a while. My tattoo! My tattoo! Tattoo! I love you, Turnip. Was paying for it and I tried to talk her out of it. Too expensive? No, that's real as hell. It is an expensive trip. One, to just go somewhere, but also those parks are so expensive. Dude, it's so expensive here. Like, I think I used to pay like a couple hundred for like deluxe. It used to be like $20 a month I would pay for monthly payments for a deluxe, what is it called? Annual pass, fucking key holders. That's what I used to pay. Now it's so much. If I go, how much is the monthly? Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Key holder monthly payments. Meow, 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 meow. Can you show me monthly? It used to be like 300 in total. Now they're starting off the cheapest one. Oh my god, the SoCal one is fucking $600. That's only for Southern California residents. That's crazy. Oh my god. $72 a month is a normal key. $41 a month is for the Southern California. That used to be like $10. That's crazy. But so yeah, it's crazy stupid. Here they go. Oh. I want you to know Mochi got up, walked over to me, headbutt my foot, then walked back and went boom onto the floor. Yeah, it's fucking stupid ridiculous. That's why, like, I fully and honestly, like, whenever I do stop working at Disney, like, I'm not going to that park. Like, that's so expensive now. Going to Universal, that's so cheap. Fucking love Universal. I should just disappear with the cat. Yeah, dude, you would have enough money. Dude, look, there's my hairline. Oh yeah, because it's not part of that anymore. My hair is a... My head can breathe. Oh my god. Oh, I still have a hair tie in. I tried to take it off, but it didn't work. My hair is actually disgusting and a mess. I don't know, I like the blonde. I like my dark hair, but like the Karen cut. It looks better than most. Thank you. I think this is just a nice color where it's not too blonde and it is a nice shade that it complements my face. Go blonde. Go beaver. Wait, would I look better blonde? I can't be my... Blonde is nice. Blonde looks very nice on me. Like this blonde. This blonde with like the little dark at the top. Which I could just... Yeah. Time to get highlights. The chocolate t-shirt. I like that little hair. Get up there. It's gonna... don't matter. I'm going to bed anyways. So tempted to take a shower because freaking hair feels gross. I had dry shampoo in today. That's awful. Where's my favorite color? My old stream color. I used to do this one or that color. Stinky. I had dry shampoo. I do feel stinky though. I'll probably shower in the morning though, because I work tomorrow. If going blonde would have an impact on movie roles and casting, I feel like yes. But it could go to the same point of dark hair, because some blonde people go dark hair brings different aspect to it. Go shower in the morning? Yeah, because then I'm fresh for work. Also because I may not have curly hair be, but it's wavy enough that if I shower at night, it gets really wonky. Also, B, I want you to know that I almost was late. Not to starting stream was there, but I was frantically trying to find a lip liner because I specifically wanted to use the Ben Nye lip liner that I had from our makeup kit, but I could not find it. I did find it eventually, but I could not find it. I was like, I already started stream. Where is it? Where is it? 12:30? Do I watch a horror movie when I get home? Tomorrow? We need to finish The Nun. Get higher. I need to take these out, actually. For my cat whiskers, but nah. It be that way. That's what I was gonna paint a whole bunch of stuff on me, but I'm glad I didn't. Yeah, we need to finish The Nun, too. Ooh, how was weapons? Weapons? What you mean? Why are you crying, Steve? Oh, I watch weapons. Oh, I see that. I was like, why are you crying? Why are you asking about weapons? That's what you're asking about. I see. I have such a headache. How'd you feel about it? Give us your review. Oh my god. You know when somebody asks you a question and like in that moment you forget everything, all your opinions? When I did my little meeting for a short film, he asked me what my favorite horror franchise is. I was like, I don't know. And so I talked about one that I had just watched. And I was like, wait, no, Alien! I know the answer now. Once I was bored with the storyline, but in the end I liked it. Honestly, I get that. Did you like the floating gun in the sky? Still, I know why. Like, I get the subliminal messages of that. But that was so funny. A point about my costume? It's ingrained in you, B. It's ingrained in you. In your mind now. Too late, cause you're mine now. Understand if the gun was there? Because they're being used as weapons. They're weaponized. It's the whole concept of that. Dill pickles, fuck it up. Welcome in. I love pickles. Except for the jar that's in my fridge. It kind of has a funny taste. And I don't like it, but I needed to finish it. Yeah, it's along the line of that. Why is it floating in the sky like that? I don't know. That part? I don't know. But you know, sure, it was fun. Let's listen to my dramatic song one more time, and then I will call it quits. Because my head's hurt. My head. No, I'm just EP. I've been up since 4 a.m. Been up since 4 a.m. Got like 2 hours of sleep because I purposely made myself uncomfy so that I would not sleep through my alarms. I don't sleep through my alarms, but I'm always too scared to. My cat's disassociating on the floor. I am the prophet. I am the prophet. Take Advil and sleep 12 hours. I'm gonna take 2 melatonins because I was drinking some GG subs. One more sip for the girl. Betrayals of betrayals and the brother's final stance. She's disassociated on the floor. Karaoke stream when? When I have moral support, because I still don't like singing in front of people. But you gotta hear me sing in the car. When we doing the epic production, live on stream, me and B, we'll take turns. Who's being who? I don't know. We'll switch it up. She's great. I don't even think I'm that good. I didn't even hit the notes that I wanted to when we were in the car. Cat karaoke stream is so real. We gotta make the little PNGs be, and then we'll just be that, because then nobody sees me while I'm singing, and that makes me feel better. Meow, meow. Turn it up. Just meows. Meow, 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 meow. Just meows. Fuck real words. Just meows. Then we'll have costumes. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, me, whoa. Meow, 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 meow. I gotta put the Ashley back on. Meow, 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 meow. See, we can fuck it up with the meows. Meow, 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 meow. Just how tired I am. It's just so good. 12 hours awake after being 12 hours awake and sleeping 4 hours. Go to sleep. Meow, meow. Go to sleep. We're meowing here. Please go to sleep. Get some sleep eventually, damn. Jesus Christ, that's too much. I'm running up 2 hours sleep, but I slept before that. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. What other epic song is really good? I really like No Longer You. The one I fucked it up in the car in was this one, not Auto. This is the one I really love. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Just translate that and put it into a normal human voice, and that's how I sound. About to see crisis and for that. Okay, fuck it up, brother. Fuck it up. Get some sleep eventually. But for now, you're watching The Ascension. You are ascending. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. I'm meowing with you? Yeah! Meow, 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 meow. Or whatever the group was called. It is 50-50. You were entirely right. Cupid twin version. Add to queue. Get all my life waits for me. She's my everything. My Penelope. And she's all my little wolf. all my power, but it's been 12 long years. Oh, 12 long years since I have seen my wife. It's Junior, welcome back. Go to sleep, we're meowing. I'm conducting the meows. Yeah, does mercy and meow, 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 meow. Okay, so the funny part about this, Steve, in my VODs, because of Kingdom Hearts, I have my track muted for Spotify. So when this goes into the VOD, there's gonna be no music. So if you go back and watch the VOD at this point, there's gonna be no music. I just smacked you guys. And it's just gonna be meow, 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 meow. Has it broken out? Yeah. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Everybody choose to sleep. This is what y'all missing. Meow, 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 meow. Meow. Couldn't sleep through the meows. Encore! Encore! I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. I have 2 hours of sleep and we're meowing. You're getting me? That B is my motivation. It is getting me to sing, but it's just meows. Meow, 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 meow. I really like reading The Prophet is meow. Meow, I remember actions of meow. You do meow karaoke, you should. Meow Limp Bizkit. You're so right. Meow, meow, meow. I need to learn to do this now. Limp. I only have 1 Limp Bizkit added to my like song. I guess it was just on my repeats. Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. And meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Yeah, fuck it up, turn up, yeah! Take the mic! Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. I hope my parents don't wake up. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Chicken chest and meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. I like that I'm just using these. I didn't break it. I thought I broke it. I'm really tired. Oh my god. Meow, 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 meow. Which one? I think take a look around. Meow, 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 meow. No, we need to do Rollin'. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Yeah. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. I'm so tired, you guys. Meow, 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 meow. Except they're feeling meow, meow. Everybody who left to go to sleep is missing this prime content. Meow, 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 meow. The wigs off, the ears off, and we're meowing. Meow, 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 meow. Mochi, what you think? No comment. Meow, 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 meow. Secure. Oh, did you get your burger? Were you still waiting for your burger? Meow, 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 meow. The chaps that makes me sneeze. Meow, meow, meow. No wonder you were fucking up. You were trying to. Meow, 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 meow. You were trying to serenade them with the meows. I see what you're thinking. I see what you're doing. I really want to draw on my face right now. Meow, 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 meow. This would be a wonderful time for none of my coworkers to join the stream. Meow, 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 meow. I found out one of my friends at work, big fan of musicals, and I'm like, ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. Meow, 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 meow. What do we have after this song? Oh, little wolf. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, we should bark to this song. We're not barking. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. It's so funny meowing to songs. It's me slippers. It's fucking 10:44. I need to be in bed. I'm meowing songs here instead. What time is it in the... Right meow. Oh, they're not waking up. Just driving home. Meow, 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 meow. I'm the music. Hey, you guys, we gotta sing louder for B. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. I'll sing an actual song for you, B. What you want? Play it on, play it loud, DJ. I couldn't speak for a second. I could not speak. Meow, 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 meow. My throat's gonna be so raspy because I'm just like raspifying the meows. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. I don't know, meow. Upper meow, meow. Deep flow. Think this made you think meow. What other songs we got? Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Got meow? Got meow. Gimme? Gimme what? Oh, give me suffering? Okay, I also have another cue. Meow, 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 meow. Die they fight, little wolf strike. That fight, little wolf fight. I love this song. Sorry, I cut the thing off. This is the one that I was watching. Sorry, we skipped over Limp so fucking fast. Still Halloween? There isn't for a little over an hour. Your Halloween is never over, Steve. You have me. It's only 11 p.m. The night is young. And it is Halloween and we must conduct meows. Ding, 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 ding. Meow, 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 meow. Halloween's never over. We'll continue celebrating Halloween. Yeah, all year around. I don't know why I aggressively was like, in my heart. Well, she right? She agrees. It's Halloween year round. I don't know what's happening here. We were yapping and now I'm waiting for the song to pick up. Meow, 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 meow. Turned into karaoke meow. Do, 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 do. Meow, 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 meow. We had such a good edit for this planned out for Amadeus and then... Nope. Amadeus TikTok, yeah, was fucking robbed. Also, B, I have so many other things to say about that, and it's not even about Amadeus. I have so much beef. Meow, 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 and I don't smell like beef. Not like Russell. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. I hope everybody did have a great Halloween. Nonetheless, I hope y'all celebrated. Exactly, turn up. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Who needs to know the lyrics? You just meow. What is the fuck is my hair doing? That piece is going crazy. Oh, meow, 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 meow. Where it has to fall. Yo, love, yeah, meow, yeah, Junior, meow. Junior, you should go to bed. This is like a fever dream you're waking up to. Oh, meow, 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 meow. I should really be in bed, but B said she was driving, so I said, okay, I'm your entertainment. Meow, 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 meow. thou strange name. I should actually learn the lyrics. Hold on, let's bring up the lyrics. Additional lyrics. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. I see it. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow. I don't even know what I sound like, bro. Parked, I was just eating my burger. Yay, burger! Best fever dream ever. Fuck yeah. Meow meow meow. Fix it all. Borg War. Yeah, true. Where'd you get your burger from? Where are we? If you say meow meow meow. You've come to shake my meow. I don't know why I'm doing like the operatic meow. I don't know why I'm like this. I'm just like hitting these. Jack in the Box. Okay, okay, solid choice. I don't eat there, but solid choice. Confidence. See. The winner takes it, meow. I don't think that works. The winner takes it, meow. The meow takes it all. No. The winner takes it, meow. 1, 2, 3. So the winner takes it, meow. And the loser has to meow. Throw the meow. Cold as meow. Way down meow. Someone meow. What do you get from Jack in the Box? I only know it as Jack in the Crack. We never really ate that much. You guys are the real ones who are at meow. Well, besides my Europeans who are actually asleep, they don't have a choice. They're asleep. I mean, meow 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 meow. Croissant. Sorry, there's no filter. I'm on 2 hours of sleep. It's late at night. I don't know the lyrics to this. Meow meow meow. Meow 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 meow. I remember this. Meow meow. Vanilla meow. Let's see. And sound. Dude, me and Kodiak, when we heard daughter, was like, that's alright. He's the son. From you. There it is. I found it. That's you sing Odysseus, I'll sing Penelope. We got this. This is gonna be so funny in the VOD. I think they just run around hiding. Poseidon. I love how we sound. On feet, the meow. Oh no. Oh meow. Oh meow. To right, meow. To find a place he'll never meow. I'm trying to like add the meows in. Where am I supposed to meow? Stand up, meow. The layer of mochi. No. The layer of mochi. But mochi has a cost. Fucking Lizzie. The veterans are shy. I'm too shy. It's not meowing from you. The VOD without music, someone's gonna see this. Yeah. Sarah's going off the deep end. Take my suffering from you. Mochi? She look. He's like, oh man. Boom. Dead. We need more. More of the epic songs. I'm not gonna lie, she'd be in bed. B is a bad influence. Oh my god, what about Just a Man? Oh, hold on, I'm just gonna play this whole fucking playlist. I actually know the lyrics to this song. I used to sing this in the car a lot. Stay in. Okay. I don't know what I just did. Your meow and meow. Meow. The VOD is gonna be so. It's gonna sound so crazy. Let's stand up. I should go to bed, bros. This isn't supposed to be a karaoke session. A meow karaoke. Do these actions haunt my days? Every meow I've made. Every meow, 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 meow. Meow, sure, meow. Got what you meow here? Just what you meow, dear. Yeah. Meow, 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 meow. Just a meow who's trying to go meow. All the years away from what I meow. I'm just a meow who's trying for his meow. Deep down I would change the world to see my meow and meow. I'm just a meow. All Christmas meows. We can do that. But when does a rabbit become a meowing meow? Mochi's playing with a fucking cord on the floor. Man become a meow. How do I do that? When does a ripple become a tidal wave? When does the reason become the blame? When does a man become a meow? Like, every time I point at her, she looks at me like, oh my god, shut the fuck up, bro. She's done with me. Forgive me. Forgive me, Mochi. Forgive me. I haven't done that. Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy? Sorry, I really like that. Okay. Should I go to bed, y'all? Should I vote? Should I where is Get in the water. Get in the water. Sorry, I really like that song. Oh, here's there was I was looking for Ruthless. You know, like I can actually sing. You can't play with that. She was trying to charge herself. But like, why sing when I can sing off key and meow? Go bed? Okay, let me calm down, Poseidon. Hold on, Poseidon's screaming at me. I think we all sing. Yeah, Junior sings. Junior sings. I see your TikToks. I see them. I see them. Don't look at my fit. I'm in pajamas, I forgot. I'm in an orange shirt and pajamas. I think it's bedtime. I have work tomorrow. At least I don't have a 7 a.m. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. I sure hope you are. You were in bed. Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. I sing in such a higher pitch meow voice. Meow, meow, meow. It's worth it upon ourselves. Thank you all for meowing along with me. It was an honor. We will have meow session again. The Christmas music. But also epic because it's really fun. Also just musicals in general. Musicals in general of meows. Wonderful. Well, I am a go sleepy. Bye bye. I love you all. We have so much in common. Oh my god. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow meow. Phantom in a oh, you're saying Phantom. Oh my god, dude, fuck yeah. Anyways, I love you all. Please get some sleep, everybody. I hope you had a wonderful Halloween. If not, I hope this made your Halloween better. because we're just silly little people. That's it. Anyways, I love you all. Please take care. I will see you on Monday. Bye bye.